What's up, guys? It's your man, Donovan Sharpe, and welcome to episode number 1062 of TSR Live, your daily dose of toxic masculinity, misogyny, and small dick energy. It is Tuesday, May 14th of 2024. It is good to have you in today. Guys, be sure to follow me all over social media. On Instagram, follow me at Donovan Sharpe TSR. Rumble.com/Donovan Sharpe. On X, formerly known as Twitter, at TSR Donovan. And on Facebook, follow me on How to Relationship. Don't follow Donovan Sharpe because I forgot how it worked. Follow How to Relationship and you'll get all the good stuff. Oh, sorry, I had to get some water there. Guys, be sure to join our Discord. We have a lot of fun. We send memes, we discuss things, we give each other advice on everything. Every once in a while, I'll do updates, etc., etc. So make for damn sure you get on that Discord. If you guys want to get your hands on my 3 free ebooks, go to tsracademy.com, plug in your very best email, and these 3 ebooks are yours at no charge. We've got 16 ways to immediately disqualify her for a long-term relationship, Dead Bedroom, the cure for a sexless relationship, and 14 questions she will ask you on the first date and how to correctly respond. Again, tsracademy.com to get your hands on that. So the Red Pill Lions. So the Red Pill Lions utility drops tomorrow, May the 15th. And the first utility we are going to be sending out are the SFNY shirts. The SFNY shirts. So I'm gonna have Rocky Savo. I'm gonna have Mark and Rocky Savo on for the launch and the kickoff. So I'm very, very much looking forward to that. Got a dynamite show in store for you guys today. By the way, the reason I'm on a little early today, actually a lot early, is because Devin and I, we have our bowling banquet. We've got our banquet for bowling. This is going to be our last. This is our last year with the bowling league. And so it'll be a lot of fun, but it will be bittersweet because these people really are like my family. They really are like our family. We bowled with these people for 5 years, and it's going to be a little bit difficult to say goodbye, but I think all in all, I think it'll be just fine. Very, very much looking forward. Very much looking forward to all of that. So. I've got a couple of quick things. Just some housekeeping to take care of before we actually go live. You guys, I'm going to react to the Harrison Butker. I'm going to react to the Harrison Butker commencement speech that he gave at Benedictine College, and to say that he dropped the mic is definitely an understatement. So we will be reacting to that. I'm not going to react to the whole speech, just the parts that are pertinent to the things that we discuss here. Pearl Davis, I'm told, is also going to be making a short appearance to talk about tradcons and why really they're full of shit and they're feminists. But the first thing I want to do is, do you guys remember that discussion we had about if a girl gives a dude a blowjob, does that count as a body? And I think I swayed a few people to my side. And listen, whether you think it counts as a body doesn't really matter. You know, it is what it is. Body's a body. But I had a few people who disagreed. Had a few people who disagreed. I certainly don't. I don't mind going back and forth. It was actually kind of a fun and spirited debate, but I am absolutely positive that I have the argument to defeat all arguments, and it's not really an argument. But it turns into an argument. Paulo Ferri, if I don't read your chat, that does not mean to spam my chat with an emoji. That doesn't mean spam my chat with an emoji. I can assure you, I read all of the chats. Sometimes I'll read them out loud, sometimes I won't. But if I don't read your chat, please don't spam my chat. Weaponry Fitness says, how many 300s did you bowl, D? None. No, my high game is a 270. My high game league game is a 277. This year I averaged, and I wanted to average 185, but I ended up averaging a 177 with the, I think I shot like a 260, I think, this year. That was my high this year. Anyway, so here is my question. This is the case. This is the case I'm going to make, because it's my position is this. My position is this. A blowjob doesn't count as a body. Okay? It doesn't count as a body. And a lot of you had some pretty, not really good arguments. Let's keep it real. A lot of you guys made some bad arguments up. That's okay. I've made bad arguments before. It happens to all of us. But here is the question. Here is the question that will bring this debate to a close once and for all. If a virgin gives a guy a blowjob, is she still a virgin? Spoiler alert. Of course she's still a virgin. If a virgin sucks one dude's dick, swallows the kids and everything, what's her body count? She's a virgin. She sucked a dick. But a lot of you guys say that a dick is a body. I told you that it wasn't a body. So what happens when a virgin sucks a dick for the very first time? Is she no longer a virgin? Of course she's still a virgin. Of course, Jesus. Of course she's still a virgin. The example I gave before was, hey, 15 dicks versus, 15 blowjobs versus 30 dicks, or 30 dicks versus 15 blowjobs, right? Or 30 blowjobs versus 15 dicks. I'm taking the 30 blowjobs all day long. So let's go all the way down to the minimum. If a virgin sucks one dude's dick, if she sucks one dude's dick, is she still a virgin? The answer is clearly yes. So what if she sucks 2 dicks? Is she still a virgin? What if she sucks 3 dicks, 4 dicks, 5 dicks, 6 dicks, 18 dicks? If she sucks 18 dicks, does she still have a body count of 18? Right? Right? Because I think we would all agree that if a virgin sucks 1 dick, she's still a virgin. So where's the line of demarcation? There is no line of demarcation, because there is no vaginal penetration. There is no vaginal penetration. Oh, hang on. Sorry. Sorry about that, guys. There is no vaginal penetration. So it is not sex. Anal penetration definitely counts as a body. Vaginal penetration counts as a body. A blowjob does not count as a body. Sorry. CEP3 Gaming with the $20 super chat says, I told you you'd like Andrew. Yeah, the man's an animal. Never seen him lose a debate. Doesn't church thump and cooks. Should have seen him against Mestany before Mestany blacklisted him. Oh, well, whatever. Exactly. All right. So D Jones says, then when is a sexual encounter a sexual encounter? Sex is sex. Okay, look, it is what it is, D Jones. So is it your assertion that if a virginal woman gives one blowjob, yeah, that is a sexual encounter, but is that's a sexual encounter? Sex is sex? No, you're wrong, D. You're wrong, D. Ask yourself the question. Actually, I'm asking you the question, D. New Britain Polly says, please cover Andrew Wilson destroying Ling Ling. I will. I'll figure that out. Answer the question, D. Jones. If a virginal woman gives a blowjob, what's her body count? If her body count is 0, then why are we saying she's not a virgin? Why is we? You see what I'm saying? You see? Now listen. If your girl gives a blowjob to somebody, she's out of there. That's absolutely cheating. If she has a sexual encounter, like you said, with another man, she's up out of there. But we're stripping it right down to the roots. If a girl gives a blowjob or a woman gives a blowjob, I'm coming after me. If a woman gives a blowjob, is she still a virgin? The answer is still yes. So a blowjob does not count as a body. Thank you very much. All right. Okay, very good. I just wanted to get that out of the way. 2 seconds here. Okay, very good. All right. This next story I'm going to cover. This is something that I did not see coming. This is something that I did not see coming. So, the man on your screen is a man by the name of Harrison Butker. Harrison Butker is one of the best kickers in the league this year. I think he had a field goal percentage of 93% last season. He's a 3-time Super Bowl champion. He kicked the Chiefs. He kicked the Eagles out of the Super Bowl in Super Bowl 57. He kicked the game-winning field goal against the Eagles in Super Bowl 57. Kicked the game-winning field goal against the Niners, I think. Anyway, he's won 3 Super Bowls, and he is good to go. He is good to go, right? Well, he gave an unbelievable commencement speech to the graduates at Benedictine College. And the reason I know about this is because Yahoo posted an article that Devin sent me that slams his speech. They called him homophobic. They called him misogynistic, blah, 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 blah. When I watched this speech, I couldn't believe it. I thought that it was an interview because all of the words, they were like, whoa, I can't believe this guy actually said this in an interview, but he actually said it in his speech. So I was like, no, I want to really, really know what it sounded like when he told these students, when he told these students what he told them. Aaron Ramat says, sorry, Don, she's now a disciple of the streets. Let me ask you something, Aaron. Because I think Aaron is a meathead red pill guy. Love you to death, Aaron. But my friend, if a virgin giving a dude a blowjob, if that means she's for the streets, then bruh, I can't help you, Aaron. I can't help you. Gentlemen, this is the kind, and I'm not trying to pick on you, Aaron. I'm doing this because I really want to help you. But you seem to be really, really hell-bent on looking for that one pure special girl. We tell you guys all the time, there are no special girls, there are no unicorns. There aren't. But Aaron Ramat seems to be looking for one, right? Aaron Ramat you seem to be looking for the perfect girl. You seem to be looking for a unicorn, although you would agree that there are no unicorns. There are no real good girls out there. There are no special snowflakes. So, and guys, we got to look, if that's the way you want to think, Aaron, that's fine. That's fine. But me personally, I can't help you. That to me, that's the kind of mindset that gives this community a bad name. Okay, so she fell in love with a boy at high school. He wanted to have sex. She didn't want to, so she sucked him off. So does that mean she belongs to the streets, Aaron? Does that mean she belongs to the streets? Seriously? Does that mean she belongs to the streets, Aaron? Like, seriously. Yeah, didn't think so. All right. So let's take a look at this speech. And we're not going to listen to the whole speech, and I've got the timestamps of the pertinent stuff, but this is unbelievable. And I'm going to tell you what, I'm really indifferent about Harrison Butker. I don't love him. I don't hate him. Like most kickers in the NFL, I just don't give a shit. But listen to what this dude says. Listen to what this dude says about to these students. Here we go.
The many challenges you all faced throughout the COVID fiasco and how you missed out on so many milestones the rest of us older people have taken for granted. While COVID might have played a large role throughout your formative years, it is not unique. Bad policies and poor leadership have negatively impacted major life issues. Things like abortion, IVF, surrogacy, euthanasia, as well as a growing support for degenerate cultural values in media, all stem from the pervasiveness of disorder.
That was brilliantly put. This guy's a football player. Well, he's a kicker, so he doesn't really count out. Does it? Jay Blaze, no spoilers. Like, the way he put this was absolutely brilliant. I've never heard it said like that before. Tensworn says the pure girls are outside of the USA. A lot of them don't even know what hookups are. You said the pure girls are outside of the USA? I mean, I'll tell you what, there are more pure girls outside of the USA than in the USA. So, yeah, if you want to increase, but again, nothing comes without cost, guys. If you want a pure girl, you're going to have to make some sacrifices. Don't bring the pure girl here to the States or the West because she will become very unpure. She'll become very unpure. But guess what? What you need to do, Jay Blaze says this was months ago, Don. Due respect, Jay Blaze. This was months ago, but a lot of people haven't seen this. So I respectfully request that you not put any spoilers in here. No spoilers. You don't know who's seen it and who's not. Okay? Lorenzo said I've only had him on the fantasy team. Exactly. Alex DeLarge says, oh, come on, Donovan. Kickers can determine an entire game. Yeah, I mean, look, that's sort of an inside joke with NFL players, that kickers aren't real football players, but they are. You know, they are. And I agree.
Our own nation is led by a man who publicly and proudly proclaims his Catholic faith, but at the same time is delusional enough to make the sign of the cross during a pro-abortion rally.
Oh, my God. A pro-abortion rally. So Joe Biden claims that he's Catholic, and you guys know that I think you guys know that Jay Blaze, are we really going to go back and forth with this? Come on, man. Come on. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's what I wanted. Hang on. Sorry, y'all. Sorry. Listen to this.
Time is delusional enough to make the sign of the cross during a pro-abortion rally.
There you go. So Joe Biden claims to be Catholic, and we all know that the Catholic Church is staunchly against abortion. Staunchly against it. Joe Biden is the president of the United States, the leader of the free world, crossing himself at a pro-abortion rally. What the fuck are we doing, y'all? Come on, man. Yeah, Swaycap says you're gonna have to go find a girl like in a hidden village in a foreign country if you want a pure girl. Yeah, dude. Like, listen, man. Look, you guys can want pure girls all you want to. Good luck fucking finding them. Good luck fucking finding them, man. Because if you do find a pure girl, honestly, finding a pure girl these days, in terms of all of the red tape and the hoops you have to jump through, the juice might not be worth the squeeze. Because you're damn sure not gonna find them here, y'all. You are not gonna find pure girls here. Look. You might find one every once in a while, but they're already married or taken. We had one pure girl on our dating show breakdowns. Beautiful 24-year-old girl by the name of Ryan. Beautiful, dude. She was from the South. Like, didn't have any she was good. Her boyfriend James got fucking lucky that he happened to be born in the same town as she was. So yeah, if you really want a pure, listen, some guys are willing to pay that price. Just understand the price is high for pure girls, especially if you go overseas.
He has been so vocal in his support for the murder of innocent babies that I'm sure to many people, it appears that you can be both Catholic and pro-choice.
Ooh.
He is not alone. From the man behind the COVID lockdowns, to the people pushing dangerous gender ideologies onto the youth of America, they all have a glaring thing in common. They are Catholic.
Whew. Oh, boy.
This is an important reminder that being Catholic alone doesn't cut it. These are the sorts of things we are told in polite society to not bring up. You know, the difficult and unpleasant things. But if we are going to be men and women for this time in history, we need to stop pretending that the Church of Nice is a winning proposition.
Woo! Wow.
We must always speak and act in charity, but never mistake charity for cowardice.
Oh my God. Wow. Never mistake charity for cowardice. I had no idea that kickers were this, G.
It is safe to say that over the past few years, I've gained quite the reputation for speaking my mind. I never envisioned
I wouldn't know it.
myself nor wanted to have this sort of a platform, but God has given it to me, so I have no other choice but to embrace it and preach more hard truths about accepting your lane and staying in it.
Yo, this dude is dropping fucking bombs. Believe it or not, that's not even the best part. I'm going to skip ahead to 10 minutes and 27 seconds because this is pure fucking gold, y'all. Watch.
thriving beacon of light and a reminder to us all that when you embrace tradition, success, worldly and spiritual, will follow. I am certain the reporters at the AP could not have imagined that their attempt to rebuke and embarrass places and people like those here at Benedictine wouldn't be met with anger, but instead met with excitement and pride.
Nope. No, they
Not
wouldn't.
the deadly sin sort of pride that has an entire month dedicated to it, but the true.
Ooh, here we go. Watch. Here we go. Oh, sorry. I thought I hit the play button.
Not the deadly sin sort of pride that has an entire month dedicated to it.
Oh, yes, sir. TK fucking Woo.
But the true God-centered pride.
Oh, look, everybody. Look, everybody laughed. Everybody
sort of
laughed.
pride that has an entire month dedicated to it.
Listen.
But the true God-centered pride that has.
W fucking crowd. W crowd. Guys, this gives me hope, man. This really does give me hope. Yeah, CJ in the 562 says he already has my MVP vote for the upcoming season. Hey. Like, real shit. Like, Harrison Butker, look. This dude is the MVP. He ain't done yet. He ain't done.
Cooperating with the Holy Ghost to glorify him.
Woo!
Reading that article now shared all over the world, we see that in the complete surrender of self and a turning towards Christ, you will find happiness. Right here in a little town in Kansas, we find many inspiring lay people using their talents. President Minnis, Dr. Swafford, and Dr. Zimmerer are a few great examples right here on this very campus that will keep the light of Christ burning bright for generations to come. Being locked in with your vocation and staying in your lane will do more for the church and revitalization are a constant part of life.
Sorry about that.
And people, the students, the faculty and staff are thriving.
You guys aren't gonna watch it. You guys aren't gonna believe this.
This didn't happen by chance. In a deliberate movement to embrace traditional Catholic values, Benedictine has gone from just another liberal arts school with nothing to set it apart to a thriving beacon of light and a reminder to us all that when you embrace tradition, success, worldly and spiritual, will follow.
Don fucking DeMarco, man. Yeah, this is Harrison Butker. Kicker for the Kansas City Chiefs. Wow. Aaron Ramat says we need more like him. Yo, real talk, dude. We really do need more people like this dude.
I am certain the reporters at the AP could not have imagined that their attempt to rebuke and embarrass places and people like those here at Benedictine wouldn't be met with anger, but instead met with excitement and pride.
Okay, so now we're going to get to the good part. Sorry, y'all. Do apologize for that. 11:49. Here we go. All right, here we go.
Small ways, by living out your vocation, you will ensure that God's church continues and the world is enlightened by your example.
Now, you guys know, again, I say this frequently. I'm not the most religious person in the world. I'm probably closer to agnostic than atheist because I do believe that there is something out there. Hell, I've got the Hail Mary tattooed on my forearms because, I used to be Catholic. Who knows? I might still be. Who knows? I'm not a practicing Catholic. But these are the kinds of virtues that you don't need to be religious to dude, just take politics and religion out of anything. Dude, unaliving babies before they're born, I don't know who thinks that's the right thing to do. I really don't. Phoenix Light Games with the $5 super chat says, people aren't stupid, we are tired of the chaotic fuckery. You got that right. Ken Rose with the $2 super chat. I'm sorry, $2 Rumble Rant gives us a thumbs up. Let's go.
For the ladies present today, congratulations.
Here we go.
On an amazing accomplishment. You should be proud of all that you have achieved to this point in your young lives. I want to speak directly to you briefly because I think it is you, the women, who have had the most diabolical lies told to you. How many of you are sitting here now about to cross this stage and are thinking about all the promotions and titles you are going to get in your career?
Oh, he's about to drop that hot
fire. Some of you may go on to lead successful careers in the world, but I would venture to guess that the majority of you are most excited about your marriage and the children you will bring to this world.
Oh my God.
I can tell you that my beautiful wife, Isabel, would be the first to say that her life truly started when she began living her vocation as a wife and as a mother. I'm on this stage today and able to be the man I am because I have a wife who leans into her vocation.
Woo! Wow.
I'm beyond blessed with the many talents God has given me, but it cannot be overstated that all of my success is made possible because a girl I met in band class back in middle school
Oh, wow, it's getting emotional here.
would
This is a man who loves his wife, gentlemen. This is a man who loves his wife. This dude met his wife in middle school. And I guarantee you that Harrison is the only man she's ever had sex with. Now, we know how NFL players can be. We know how we know how NFL players can be. Is Harrison Butker faithful to his wife? I don't know. I'm not there, so I don't know. But I'll tell you what, man. It's more likely than not that he is, and I can admire that. This guy is good looking. He's rich. He's a 3-time Super Bowl champion. Thank you. He's good looking. He's rich. He's a 3-time Super Bowl champion. But there's no, and I'm sure now don't get me wrong, he's probably not getting as much ass thrown at him as like a Dak Prescott or a Patrick Mahomes or a Jalen Hurts. Like, we get that, Josh Allen, whatever. But I'm gonna tell you what, man, like I admire guys like this. I really do. Yeah, like I admire guys like this. Like, I'd rather live this life than the Vegas player life, the hangover life. It was fun, but it was necessary for me to get respect from girls. It sucks.
Birds of the faith. Become my wife.
Wow, listen to this dude, man.
One of the most important titles of all, homemaker.
Wow! Oops, sorry. Good for him. Good for him. There you go. Don fucking DeMarco, baby. Look at that. Unbelievable. They are applauding this man. They are applauding this man for giving props to his wife for leaning into her vocation, which is being a wife and a mother. Good for him, man.
She's a primary educator to our children. She's the one who ensures I never let football or my business become a distraction from that of a husband and father.
Man, he loves
his wife. She's the person that knows me best at my core. And it is through our marriage that, Lord willing, we will both attain salvation.
We say all the time, never cry in front of your woman. Never cry in front of your woman, never show weakness. No, that wasn't weakness that Butker just showed. That was gratitude. Like, dude, Harrison knows what's going on out here in these streets, man. He knows he got a good one, man. He knows his life could be a lot different than what it was. So good for this guy. For fun. And again, not even a gold digger type. They've known each other since middle school. He's a kicker. He's never been the coolest guy on the team. Ever. Yet, he still has a beautiful wife and kids, and he is lucky to have them. Good for him, man.
I say all of this to you because I have seen it firsthand, how much happier someone can be when they disregard the outside noise and move closer and closer to God's will in their life. Isabel's dream of having a career might not have come true, but if you asked her today if she has any regrets on her decision, she would laugh out loud without hesitation and say, heck no.
Yes!
As a man who gets a lot of praise and has been given a platform to speak to audiences like this one today, I pray that I always use my voice for God and not for myself. Everything I am saying to you is not from a place of wisdom, but rather a place of experience. I am hopeful that these words will be seen as those from a man not much older than you, who feels it is imperative that this class, this generation, and this time in our society must stop pretending that the things we see around us are normal.
Woo!
Heterodox ideas abound even within Catholic circles, but let's be honest, there is nothing good about playing God with having children, whether that be your ideal number or the perfect time to conceive. No matter how you spin it, there is nothing natural about Catholic birth control. It is only in the past few years that I have grown in courage to speak more boldly and directly, because as I mentioned earlier, I have leaned into my vocation as a husband and father, and as a man.
And a kicker.
To the gentleman here today, part of what plagues our society is this lie that has been told to you that men are not necessary in our home or in our community.
Let them fucking know.
As men, we set the tone of the culture.
Hell
and
yeah.
When that is absent, disorder, dysfunction, and chaos set in.
I cannot, dude, you just never fucking know. Dude, Devin told me this on election night back in 2016. We could not believe that Donald Trump had just won the election. We couldn't believe it. All of the numbers were pointing Hillary. And I was like, yo, like, how did he pull this off? Devin said, well, the silent majority put him in the White House. This is part of the silent majority. And I'm here to tell you, I think most people are not with this whole degenerative society. I really don't. The problem is, like Andrew Wilson is pointing out, the church, the Catholic Church included, they're not offering solutions for men. And Harrison Butker, and I didn't go all into that because, I don't want to get into the catechesis, but Harrison Butker called out the Catholic Church. He says, hey man, we need to be better for the people. We have people looking to other people for advice, and we need to be the most attractive option. Good for him, man.
The absence of men in the home is what plays a large role in the violence we see all around the nation. Other countries do not have nearly the same absentee father rates as we find here in the U.S., and a correlation could be made in their drastically lower violence rates as well. Be unapologetic in your masculinity, fighting against the cultural emasculation of men.
Whoa!
Do hard things.
Damn right.
Never settle for what is easy. You might have a talent that you don't necessarily enjoy, but if it glorifies God, maybe you should lean into that over something that you might think suits you better. I speak from experience as an introvert who now finds myself as an amateur public speaker and an entrepreneur.
Wow.
Something I never thought I'd be when I received my industrial engineering degree. The road ahead is bright.
Roadblock 85 actually makes a very good point. He says, I think the term silent majority is a misnomer. When we speak up all the time and a lot of us get canceled, that is a very good point. That's a very good point. But the silent majority is not in control of the media. The media controls everything. That's why we get canceled. Everyone in Silicon Valley, the Twitter people, not Twitter, but Twitter and Rumble are the only two platforms where men can speak like Harrison and not get canceled. But the powers that be are definitely the minority. People that work at Apple, Google, Facebook, all of the biggest tech companies in the world that are responsible for the internet world, they are absolutely the minority. The reason why the silent majority often gets, and I understand, like, the silent majority can be a misnomer, but all of our means of communication are regulated by the minority. That's why we get canceled. Very good comment there, Roadblock, because I've thought about that before.
Things are changing. Society.
Yeah, Kyle 2020 says, we've got a Christian Andrew Tate over here. I'm trying to tell you, man. Oh my God. Atomic Reflection says maybe silenced majority is more active. Wow. Wow. Very good.
Is shifting, and people young and old are embracing tradition. Not only has it been my vocation that has helped me and those closest to me, but not surprising to many of you, should be my outspoken embrace of the traditional Latin Mass. I've been very vocal in my love and devotion to the...
Okay, so now he's starting to get into, some of the intricacies of the Catholic Church, like the Latin Mass, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, oops.
And its necessity for our lives.
Sorry about that. So yeah, Don DeMarco to this guy for keeping it absolutely 100. You just never know. You just never know what allies you have out there. And I'm telling you, man, I don't want you to put your job at risk. I don't want you to, don't go around spitting red pill truth like some knucklehead. There's no need to do all that. But when you recognize that someone is like-minded, dude, connect with them. Build a relationship with them. Dude, Jay Blaze, King Life, and a couple of the other guys, they all got together and went out to Salt Lake City. That's what I'm talking about. That's what this community is about. So good for those guys. And look, Don DeMarco to Jay Blaze, man. Like, dude, like I watched that guy single-handedly organize like this guys trip. And like, dude, like the last week or so, Dre Raven is posting these beautiful fucking panoramic vistas. It's crazy. This is what you do, man. Good job. All right. It is now time for the main event. Are you ready? All right. I'm going to try to finish this out. So let's do it. And away we go.
A lot of church leaders, quote, think as Christian church has failed in enforcing those moral standards. I mean, and it's true. How many, if you think
she still isn't answering the question
about like church singles groups, or even just general services, how many of them talk about something like sex within marriage specifically? It's not a popular concept. It's not something that I think a lot of church leaders quote think is a winning topic, but because of that, even amongst people within the church, like that's a problem.
Okay, well, here, I'll give you this solution, because that's a non-solution. That's just literally prattle. You didn't say anything. Here's the actual
I fucking love it. I fucking love it.
Solution.
I'll let you continue, but what I've said there is that the church should absolutely be pushing to enforce those moral standards, preaching those moral standards.
Which church?
Christian churches, like the church is the body of Christ.
Yeah, but the problem is that within Protestantism, you have so many different denominations, so many of them which embrace feminism, LGBTQ, this type of thing. They have no unified message.
Right.
Only the traditional churches, Orthodoxy and Catholicism, do. That's it. That's why the Muslims have become so popular where they're at when they're pushing traditional values. That's the reason why. So I can tell you how you can actually make a lifeline to these guys if you actually want to bring them over to your side. If you really want to understand how you can fix this problem, you fix the problem with a move to patriarchy.
Yes.
That's the thing red pillars will embrace, a move to patriarchal systems. That's what Christianity can offer to the secularists, which bring them over to our side, a move to patriarchy. Because absent patriarchy, what has happened...
Churches need to embrace that.
Yeah, but they have no ecclesiastical authority. Because there's no ecclesiology, they can't do it. Protestant churches can't do it. They don't have the necessary ecclesiology in order to move into a patriarchal system. They don't have any reference for marriage. They don't have any laws or bylaws regarding marriage. They have no laws or bylaws regarding anything. Whereas the traditional churches do have that ecclesiastical authority. That's why the traditional Abrahamic religions do so well, and why Protestantism does not do so well. And so hang on, I'm almost done. When you're making the advocation for this, the reason that you have a pro-feminist stance without even knowing it,
hey, Janet Latalian's in the house,
is because
very good.
If you want to solve the problem on the red pill side and the Christ pill side, the one unifier that you have is a patriarchal systems. They will agree with that, and you can move them out of that. But just telling them, oh no, just be monogamous, that doesn't do anything for them, because who are the women left? They get the leftovers to be monogamous with.
There you go.
That's what they get.
There you go. They get the leftovers. They get the used up sluts. Who have used up all of their sexual market value and are going to get rescued. Men don't want the fucking leftovers. We don't want used up sluts who have been ran through. No, we're not going for that no more.
All right, well, I mean, when it comes to things like...
Listen. Look.
All right,
what? Watch your glitch out.
Leftovers to be monogamous with. That's what they get.
I got a new effect. Watch.
All right, well, I mean, when it comes to things like divorce within the Catholic Church, at least if we're going with nominal Catholics, it is still high, unfortunately.
Depends on the country. That's one. Yeah. And there's influencers which happen inside of Western nations, especially due to feminism.
Right.
In Orthodoxy, the rates are very, very, very low. Also, Orthodoxy offers the ecclesiastical authority and the requisite to get married outside of the state. It's not a requirement because these are sacraments. These are messages which you can give to actual red pillars to move them over to Christ. What you can't tell them to do, though, is, hey, take the big risk and the big gamble because Jesus would really like it if you did. Yeah, that's insane messaging.
That's not my position, by the way, to take the risk and the gamble.
Well, then what would you call it then?
Just roll.
Phoenix Light Games with the $5 super chat says, responsibility without authority is slavery. Responsibility without authority is slavery. You want to know what else it is, Phoenix Light Games? That's Western culture. Law number 28 or 29 of the 49 Laws of Sharpe explicitly states, law number 18 of the 49 Laws of Sharpe. It talks about the 4 pillars of feminism. One of the 4 pillars of feminism is removing authority from the man, giving it to women, while simultaneously removing responsibility from the woman and giving it to the man. Let me repeat that. One of the 4 pillars of feminism is removing authority from men and giving it to women, while simultaneously removing responsibility from women and giving it to men. So it goes right back to what Phoenix Light Games just said. Responsibility without authority is slavery, and we wonder why men are walking away. Very good, good comment. Oh, sorry.
Roll the dice. I absolutely don't think that's a good idea for men to do. And I think that...
Okay, so what is a good idea, Ms. Chen?
There are definitely things that you can do that would reduce your likelihood of getting divorced. I don't think you should just roll the dice. Absolutely
what?
not.
Like
well,
what?
What is your prescription?
Thank you.
Other than a move to patriarchy.
I don't think a move to patriarchy is not part of that answer. Again, I said that even in regard to the...
She says, I don't think it's not part of the answer. Do you think it is the answer? Do you see how she continues to just sort of hedge?
Church. But
do you see how like she continues? She will not see for some reason she will not straight up say, you know what, we need a patriarchy. No, she can't bring herself to say it. And would you like to know why? Would you like to know why? Because of her fan base. This is performative. It's just like, dude, it's just like Andrew told her. This is all a performance for you. Nothing more.
I also think that there are certain mate selections that you can do that do have a statistical likelihood at reducing your chances of divorce.
Like what?
Right, socioeconomic status of married couples has an outcome.
Oh, okay. So people, so what she's trying to say here is that people who come from privileged backgrounds are less likely to be hoes. No, man. No. Nope. Promiscuous behavior transcends race. It transcends socioeconomic status. It transcends all. Women are women.
It affects your likeliness of divorce.
Yeah, but it also affects the outcome of you having children.
There you go.
Because you have them later in life because of family planning.
There you go.
So what ends up happening is it's the poor and the downtrodden and those who reject materialism who are going to inherit the earth because they're the only ones who are breeding. It's actually bad advice to tell people to wait until later in life to get married because you're going to destroy the chance of them having more children.
Okay, so I've added a new effect here. I've added the glitch out effect. When Lauren is glitching out, that's what we're going to see.
I'm not telling people to wait later in life to get married, but I think there's sometimes the willingness to believe that there is one likelihood of divorce and that it's a roll of the dice no matter what the circumstances are, which is patently not true. And there's a big differential, even if you look at between different races, of the likelihood of divorce. The black divorce rate, I think,
that's because different races embrace different types of ecclesiastical authority inside of their churches.
That's right.
Namely, some of them have none. That's why when the church effectively had some sort of body to it inside of black communities, you did not see these divorce rates nearly as high.
There you go. I knew he was talking about the black community. Holy moly.
Because they had a more traditional foundation for what it was that they were going for. That's all destroyed. But when you're talking about the entailment of what you just said, though, of, hey, your likelihood for divorce drastically is going to reduce if you have these different socioeconomic statuses, an entailment of that is going to be that they wait till later to get married.
Right.
That, in turn, is going to cause us to have less children, which exacerbates the birth rate crisis. These, again, not a great...
There you go. Kyle 2020 says, yeah. He says, no, she's still telling men to cross their fingers. That's what she's doing. She's still telling men to cross their fingers.
Position.
Well, the thing is, when people look at the likelihood of...
Yeah, D-Wood 78 Part 2 says, didn't Daisy Chen, no relation to Lauren, by the way, come from a very well-to-do background? She absolutely did. And she is an escort. So there you go.
Of divorce dropping, we're basically talking about IQ here. And Bell Curve talks about this. Your likelihood of getting divorced is greatly higher if your IQ is lower, and socioeconomic status is kind of like it represents that. And so, if you are a man, absolutely trying to find a woman who is not low IQ, therefore has better impulse control, it is going to reduce your likelihood of getting a divorce. Now, does that simultaneously...
RT the Brand said Andrew is turning into a star. If he had a little more entertainment charisma, he would be good. He doesn't need entertainment charisma. He's entertaining enough for me. He's entertaining enough for me. Listen. He is, here's the thing, RT the Brand, here's the thing. Now, this is a very good dichotomy, right? Pearl has far more entertainment charisma than Andrew does. But Andrew is a much better debater than Pearl. Andrew doesn't need the entertainment charisma because his talking points speak for themselves. Where the entertainment comes from is when he's on Fresh and Fit and to see the girls react. He doesn't need entertainment charisma because he's on podcasts with girls who are going to give us all of the entertainment we need. So, yeah.
Obviously mean that you have to wait until you're 30 to get married and maybe 35 to have kids. No, I think those are two different things.
The high IQ people are not having children.
That's right.
Yeah, which is a problem, and I want them to have children.
Yeah, but if you want them to have children, then you have to embrace patriarchy because we want the smart mothers to stay at home and raise their children. We don't want them in the workforce, literally frying their brains on behalf of their boss. We want the really high IQ women. We want the really high IQ women at home raising children to make the next generation of high IQ children.
Woo!
Otherwise, they're wasted. They're wasted in the marketplace.
That's right.
Move to patriarchy is the only answer to this. That's the only way that this can actually be done in a structured way. You can't incentivize them with money. There's no way to incentivize people with money to have children. The poorest among us are the ones who have the children now. So financial incentives are not going to work for this.
I've long said the idea that the reason why women aren't having children is because of cost is ridiculous.
Idiocracy.
And it's not just the poor in this country who have more children than the rich, but also if we look at a global scale, the places where there's the least economic development, they tend to have the most. It is absolutely a choice that people are making. Now, does that simultaneously mean that I don't think concerns over affordability are, we shouldn't talk about them? No, but I don't think that is the core issue of why
that's a materialist position. It's a materialist position. You having a family should not have anything to do with materialism. It should have to do with the relationship and the sacrament between yourself and Jesus Christ and the submission of your wife to your patriarchal authority and your ability to raise children, even in meager settings.
That's right.
Some of the best people come out of the worst povertist situations. It's not a bar for having a family. The messaging that can come from Christianity only can cross this threshold and Rubicon with the red pill if we have an embrace of patriarchy. That's it. It's the only way. I still haven't actually heard any descriptors of the red pill that you disagree with. What are they?
Oh, I told you it's the push for the promiscuity, because we also have an overlap with what seems to be the pickup artist mentality. Where we have going on.
I'm glad he said it. The pickup, dude, PUA. That's not red pill, y'all. PUAs are not red. It's so funny when people talk about the red pill. They only talk about three things. They only talk about three things when mainstream media talks about the red pill. They only talk about the three things. The first thing they talk about is Andrew Tate, and of course the world has been villainized. The second group they like to talk about are the PUAs, and the third group they like to talk about are the black pillars. PUAs and black pillars are not red pill, yet the world wants to put those guys in with us. No, PUAs are just about, hey, I want to get laid as quickly as I can, as many times as I can before I kick the bucket. That's not a red pill existence. By the same token, hating women and calling them all kinds of names and just being a true misogynist, that's not the way either.
Going on sugar baby sites, right, and sleeping with all of these women.
Oh, that's just about fresh and fit.
The push towards promiscuity is something which I push back on more than most.
What's the
solution,
that's not
Lauren?
Red
pill. Just because you're a pickup artist, think of the red pill as a data packet. Inside of the data packet is a ton of information. You can utilize it how you see fit.
Wow.
Can you utilize it for the purposes of nefarious manipulation? Yes.
Absolutely.
Can you also utilize it for the purposes of help building men up and men's advocacy?
Wow.
Yes.
This dude.
You can't lay at the feet of the red pill the fact that some pickup artists and some people push towards promiscuity. That's not a red pill ideology.
No.
Red pill is simply information. That's it. It's descriptive truths which are given out into the ethos, and you can do what you want with those descriptive
Straight
truths.
up.
I've not actually.
Here's the thing, and this is funny. I think it's highly disingenuous when women like Lauren like to use our. They like to use our followers as ammunition against us. Well, this person took your information and did X, Y, and Z. Like Lisa Faye, who called into my show because she was talking a bunch of shit. She says, what if somebody grabs a pew-pew and goes and 187s a bunch of people and then says, Donovan Sharpe made me do it? What are you going to do then? Of course, I had to cut her ass off, and of course, I did some things behind the scenes that, you know, she had to learn a lesson the hard way. But, dude, I'm not going to be... Dude, I can't be held responsible for what other people do. Just like Andrew said, the red pill, we're not hypnotizing people. We are putting out information. You do with the information what you will. Just because somebody takes the information I give them and does something horrible, that's not my fault. You can't sue me for being an accomplice of a red rum because a murder suspect is a subscriber on my YouTube channel. Nope, sorry.
Ever heard, and I've been on Fresh and Fit, and I have tangled with Myron on this, and he has told me to my face, yes, it's degenerate behavior.
See?
Yes, promiscuity is bad. Yes, promiscuity should be rejected if we had a moral society.
Dude, Myron and I, we have this conversation all the time. I say all the time, I didn't want to have to become who I became to get good with women. But that's what women respond to, unfortunately.
Andrew, what are Christians going to do to reach out in order to make sure we have a moral society again? In this case, when I ask you,
it's fucking crickets.
You are telling the degens to get married, which is insane, right?
That's not my prescription to have a more moral society is to just get married. That's absolutely not it.
I caught you in a contradiction on it already. That you're advocating as bad a sin as they are. What is the distinction?
Right. Remember. She said she actually conceded that point. She conceded that encouraging secularists to get married is a sin according to them. Right. She thinks it's a sin. She said, "All right, Andrew, I understand. I'll take that L. I agree with you." And now she's backpedaling.
Between them saying, go have sex unmarried with a bunch of people, and you saying, no, get married secularly, absent a sacrament, you're both advocating for the same exact thing, Lauren.
Woo!
It's not the same exact thing.
Yes,
Even
it
if
is.
we just look at the, consequentialist. And again, I think you're right, actually.
You're not a
regard to
consequentialist.
secular
You're a
marriage.
Christian.
But if we look at the outcomes, you can't say that the outcome is the same where you're sleeping with one person for the rest of your life versus you're sleeping with all of these other people. That's actually not the same. It's not the same in terms of the outcome.
But it's still degeneracy on both sides.
That's right.
If they're getting married absent a sacrament, right, they're still degenerates.
There you go.
And if they're promiscuous, they're still degenerates.
That's right.
You're both advocating for degeneracy. You're both just doing it in different ways. And that's why guys like me exist to push back on these ideologies, because it's nuts. It's actually crazy.
Well, I think again, I will say you're right about the civil marriage thing, and I will thank you for elucidating that for me. That's totally fine. But I think even if we look at purely from a secular standpoint, with the acknowledgement that a civil marriage is not a sacramental marriage, and therefore is sinful. If we look at the outcomes of things like promiscuity involving multiple partners, then we have children being born out of wedlock.
You still have them being born out of wedlock.
Thank you.
Your prescription also would have children being born out of wedlock.
How does she not see
to
this?
multiple baby mamas and things like
Well,
that.
Here we go.
Okay, so now you're...
Here we go again. Here we go again. Laying blame at the feet of men. Yeah, Lauren Chen is a feminist. Andrew has absolutely caught her in a contradiction. And now, and all Lauren can do, yeah, but multiple baby mamas. No. This ain't men's fault, man. This ain't men's fault.
Consequentialist again. Now you're a consequentialist
hang on.
again.
And if we look at the outcomes like poverty, think like abuse, there is a difference between a secular married couple versus just sleeping with a bunch of women.
Okay. Now she's right. That does make sense. But in the eyes of God, according to the both of them, it looks the same. Roadblock85 with the $5 super chat says, if it came out that Andrew hired her to let him cook her into oblivion on all these ridiculous talking points, I'd believe it at this point. Nah, he wouldn't do that.
Okay. So just to get this right, I get it. You're advocating for degeneracy light. Got it. Like, does that? I don't know how that makes it better that you advocate for degeneracy light
I'm not
instead
advocating,
of
I'm not
tons of
advocating
degeneracy
for that marriage in the first place, but I can still recognize that the outcomes are different, and one is measurably worse than the other.
Yeah, but the outcomes, you're not a consequentialist.
Right. Right. She's not a consequentialist. And what Andrew is describing here is exactly what I just said. Okay, she is correct. She's correct. Guy with multiple baby mamas, that is clearly a measurably worse outcome. But you're not a consequentialist. You're a Christian. So what you're saying, okay, they both sin, but this sin is less egregious than the other. No, sin is sin in the eyes of God, especially when it comes to the sacrament of marriage, according to these two. So again, another contradiction.
Christians don't follow consequentialism. While it's true we can look at outcomes, you're supposed to be following virtues and the teachings of Jesus Christ, not of what the consequences of your higher duties are.
Woo!
If you were a consequentialist and a Christian, that would be absent the Christian ethic and the Christian ethos. Period.
Oh,
and it doesn't even follow with the logos. None of this follows, Lauren. None of it follows.
But you're saying that these red pill men are secular, therefore we have to speak to them in terms of a secular language, what the pros and the cons are. There is still a secular argument to be made for why you should not be sleeping with a bunch of women like one night stands and pickup artist style. There's still a secular argument to make
you can
for
make
society
that,
why that is worse.
You can make that secular argument, but here's the thing. It's not enough to destroy their worldview if you can't offer them one that's better. And what they hear is hypocrisy.
Thank you. There you go. There you go. It's hypocrisy. Get married, don't get married. Do what we do, don't do what we do.
And what they hear is nonsense. What they hear is you saying, hey, the best thing that you can do is get married in spite of the fact that my values say that you're not even really married.
There you go.
That these are insane positions which are put together in order to attack the red pill who's just trying to give descriptive truths. I'm not saying that their prescriptions are great. That's where you get into some of the pickup artist stuff. Most of them don't make prescriptions.
You know what? He's right. Most of our prescriptions aren't great. Give us an alternative prescription, Lauren. Phoenix Light Games with a $10 super chat says, women are the gatekeepers to sex. They choose who they sleep with. We don't have that right. This is a feminist progressive. This is a woman's issue, not a man's. Promiscuous men are rare. Promiscuous women aren't. The bottom line to that, most men, I'll put it this way. Most women in the West are sexually active. Most men are not. Let me repeat that. Most women are sexually active. Most men are not. This is a woman problem.
Rollo calls it a praxeology. It's not, but he calls it a praxeology. These different people have different names for it, but they're just trying to give descriptive.
Yeah, right. 9 Lives 210 says she's fine with Zestiny, but hates Myron. Right. That's why you know she's a feminist. Oh, I'm cool with Destiny. I'm cool with Destiny and his poly relationship. I'm cool with him, I'm cool with him leaving his child to go and chase Melina. I'm cool with Destiny having sex with multiple people, men and women, while Melina does literally the same thing, but Myron Gaines is to be nope.
Claims for how the world actually works, and all I see is you beating the hell out of them and kissing the ass of former prostitutes like Nala and kissing the ass of all of these women and saying, how dare you, Pearl Davis, how dare you, Andrew Wilson, say that you think that, I don't know, maybe this chick who had sex with hundreds of men on film has done absolutely nothing to show the fruits or in any way really repent or show any remorse for this. How dare you not kiss their ass? Yeah, that's a losing message. It's a losing message.
Damn.
I'm not saying that anyone needs to kiss Nala's ass. I'm just saying that as Christians, we cannot make a judgment as to whether or not she has been saved, and it is possible that she has been saved.
Right, but it's not up to us to treat her as such. Like I said yesterday, Jesus saves, God forgives. Men don't do either of those things. Tenswarm with the $5 super chat says, why do tradcons hate the red pill so much? Aren't we both against feminism and 304s? I don't get it. That is a very good question. When Pearl comes on, she can probably explain it better than I do. But the reason why tradcons hate the red pill is because tradcons don't hold women accountable. That's one of the reasons.
That's my position on Nala.
That wasn't just your position. Your position in your video was also to attack people like Pearl Davis, who is was the only one out of you sea of harpies, that's my words, okay, who wasn't kissing this woman's ass. She was the only one who actually didn't get on her knees and kiss this prostitute's ass because she got dunked at heresychurch.com. The only one.
God. Oh my God.
Oh, it sounds like when you say that she just got dunked at heresychurch.com,
Well,
do you
that's what
believe
happened.
that you don't believe that Nala has been saved?
It's
do you
not
believe
for
it's
us- it's
possible
not-
that she has
it's
been?
possible.
I would not make a claim to the salvation, but what I would say is I would definitely not be attacking creators like Pearl Davis who are pointing out that, hey, you Christians should not be running to embrace this. You Christians should not be running to say that, hey, this is necessarily even a good thing that she's doing the testimony roadshow,
Yes.
and look how saved it I am.
Yes.
That is the opposition of the Christian ethic.
Saved.
She was the only one in a whole sea of you women who came after her, who stood her ground and said no. That's respectable.
Specifically said that Jesus isn't going to save these hoes. I think Jesus can save some of.
No, what? Oh, there we go. There it is. There it is. There it is. Pearl said, if what she's saying is correct, Pearl said Jesus is not going to save these hoes. I think what she meant is that men aren't going to save these hoes. Just because I'm a man of God doesn't mean I am of God. Doesn't mean I am God. Right? God and Jesus can save hoes. Men do not.
them. I think he will save some
Not
of them.
save
Now,
them
does
from the
that say
consequence
that
of
he's
their
saying-
actions.
Woo!
That's what she means by that. Not that they can't find salvation through Jesus Christ, but that Jesus isn't going to save them from the consequences of their actions. They're not.
And he most certainly cannot. He can save their soul. He can help them in the present and in the future. But, he can't save you from the consequences, boo.
You can't use Christianity.
You mean in a world because obviously if Jesus saves them, it is from the consequences of their actions, their sinfulness on a spiritual level. But you mean
I'm talking about in the
terms
world,
of
yes.
dating.
Yeah, in the
Yeah,
world.
no, I agree.
That's her point.
That's not something I disagree with. Like the idea, and I've said this online. I
don't like that she keeps saying that's something I don't disagree with. I don't like that she can. This is what frustrates me about people like Lauren Chen. Is she is very rarely just definitive. Just say, I agree. You're right. You don't have to say, well, I don't disagree with your position. When somebody says, I don't disagree with you, it usually means they disagree with you. But they usually come up with a counter argument. Well, I don't disagree with you, but, and then they'll give the counter argument. All Lauren is doing is saying, I don't disagree with you. And it's weird. It's funny because it looks like she's doing this to keep her fans off of her back.
I've said this multiple times. Nala, she
What
is
she
not
means is,
owed-
I'll just frame it the best way I can. Jesus can save these hoes' soul, okay? But men are not going to be able to save these hoes in the world.
Got it. That's it. I've been waiting on him to say that all day long. That's it. Finally. There it is. That's it. Thank you. He finally fucking said it. And now Lauren now looks like she's glitching out. Because she realizes, holy shit, this dude is right.
And women are not going to be able to save these hoes in the world. And it sure would be nice if some of them actually faced the consequences for their actions, were held to account without a what about the Mendo argument from commentators like you, Lauren.
There you go.
What do you mean? What about the men don't?
Because what about the Mendo? Every time that we get into these discussions,
Oh my
and
God.
even in this discussion / debate that we're having right now,
Here we go.
Almost every single time we bring up the female promiscuity
Thank you.
issue, you bring it right back to men.
Every
You call the
time.
men the homemakers.
That's right.
You call the men the people who are responsible.
say
You
that. I
did. You
didn't
said the
call the
red
men
pillars
the
are
homemakers.
exacerbating the same issue they rage against.
Did you see what she just did there, guys? Listen to this one more time. This is how women get away with this shit. Just watch.
Responsible.
say
You
that.
did. Back to
Listen.
men. You call the men the homemakers. You call the men the people who are responsible.
say
You
that. I
did. You
didn't
said the
call the
red
men
pillars are
homemakers.
exacerbating.
She's like, I didn't call them homemakers. You didn't have to, Lauren. You didn't have to. You don't have to. See, look, what happened was that, once again, Lauren Chen is blaming men for the bad decisions of women. You don't have to say, well, men are homemakers for us to know and understand that you are placing blame at the feet of men for the bad decisions of women. So just because you didn't use the exact same wording doesn't mean that you're not still blaming men. Stop it. Do you see how she did that? Dude, a lot of people do this, man. A lot of people do this. Well, that's not what I said. No, that's not what you said, but that's clearly what you meant. H.MPEG with the $1 super chat. Rumble rant said, who would you have narrate your life? Morgan Freeman or Andrew Wilson? Donovan Sharpe. If I were to have someone narrate my life, it would be me. No one can describe my life better than me.
The same issue they rage against. The thing is interesting here is when you're talking about hypergamy, that would actually be in opposition to your point. That's point one.
Oh my God.
Point two is that while there are homemakers inside of these red pill spaces, most of them are feminists. And most of the debates I do with these red pillars, I prove that they're feminists because they embrace the ethic of destroying patriarchy for the purpose of degeneracy.
Wow.
But it's not a men's problem here. This is a woman's problem.
Absolutely. There you go. It's a woman's problem. Hookup culture is the woman's problem. That's the woman's problem. Because as I said before, most women are sexually active. Most men are not. It's the woman's problem. Phoenix Light Games with the $20 super chat says, I'll say it again. Women who rejected the sisterhood are rare. Lauren wants to be inclusive, Pearl isn't. I'll make this claim. It's a green flag if a woman can reject the sisterhood even in the presence of other women. Dude, real shit. Wow. Man, dude, you guys are on fucking fire today.
I very much I disagree that I don't think that the problem is also
Listen.
I very much I disagree that I
Problem.
I very much I disagree that I don't think that the problem is also amongst women and the women's promiscuity. I've done who knows how many videos at this point talking about promiscuity.
You're right. Women are also a part. Listen, the men that are a part of the problem. Listen, men are a part of the problem just as much as women are because it takes two to tango. But again, Lauren, most women are sexually active. Most men aren't. That's why this is a woman problem.
Promiscuity specifically amongst women, including
Dre Sims, come on, man. Guys. Dre, brother, I love you. I do. I love each and every one of you guys. Please. Stop with the spoilers. You guys are going to drive me crazy. Stop with the spoilers. Come on, man. You know, here's how annoying spoilers are. Imagine watching a movie with someone who has already seen that movie and them telling you what's going to happen before it happens. Not a very enjoyable experience, is it? Thank you. Let's go.
Women who do OnlyFans. I very much believe that this is, I mean, women are the gatekeepers of sex historically. So
that's a red pill talking point.
Dre Sims said, I didn't spoil, she had already done it before. You literally just said, watch, she's going to bring up need to read chats. So you're telling me to watch out. She's going to bring up. Was that a guess? I don't know. Well, listen, I don't know. I don't want to police your language. Man. I don't want to do that. Just be careful with the way you word stuff. I just don't want anything that resembles a spoiler. Like if that was a guess, then yeah. Geely said he was making a prediction. Okay, all right, that's fair. All right, never mind, my bad. I'll take all that back.
Yeah, it's a correct talking.
All of the descriptors are mostly correct. I still haven't actually heard what you've done is conflated red pill with pickup artists. I haven't actually heard a single criticism of the red pill.
So you seem to, when we talk about even like feminists or red pill, you're like, this is specifically what the most basic belief structure.
Yeah, that's called being definitive, Lauren. You might want to try it sometime.
That each one of them holds. Therefore,
no, I got you, Dre. It's all good. I misread that. I think I was thrown off by the watch thing, but I'll be a little bit more discerning.
For anything absent that's not really feminism. That's not really red pill.
No, I'm not giving you a no true Scotsman fallacy. I can explain. You're trying to move into a no true Scotsman. That's not what
No,
I'm
no, no, no. That's not what I'm doing. Let me finish.
This
so
dude.
I'm taking the position of this is what the movements exist as. Like,
Damn.
the feminist movement. This is what the feminist movement represents. These are what feminists argue for.
Yeah, my bad, Dre. Dre is over here. Yeah, he was over there catching strays. My bad.
This
My
is
bad.
what the red pill movement represents. These are what, and again, like, I specifically will talk about people like Pearl Davis because I will fully acknowledge that I don't follow people like Rollo Tomaso.
No, baby. The reason why you hate Pearl Davis is because she's better at YouTube than you are. Pearl does not pander to her audience. She doesn't have to. You have to pander to your audience because you have to. And you don't like it. Period. That's why she doesn't like Pearl Davis. All of the hate that Pearl Davis is getting from TradCon women, they are simply envious. That's all it stems from. And watching them twist their mind in knots, watching them twist their minds in knots trying to justify their disdain for her is laughably transparent. She can say whatever she wants. The reason she hates Pearl is because Pearl is better at YouTube than she is. Period. That's it.
Or I'm sure there's other ones who are part of it that I don't follow. Like, this is what Red Pill as a movement has brought.
Suffolk's Finest on the Rumble side says Lauren Chen only has an audience because she is a TradCon and she is good looking. There you go. There you go. There you go.
What has it brought?
Well, I think if we're talking about the red pill movement, there's absolutely the idea and that male promiscuity should be excused or is not as bad as female promiscuity.
And what is your evidence for this?
This is something, well, I'm talking specifically about people like Pearl Davis, like Myron.
No,
Fresh and
Pearl
Fit.
Davis
Oh my
nor
God.
Myron say this.
No.
Here's what they say. They give a descriptor. This is the problem, right? You don't know what you're talking about on these issues. The descriptor,
No, but
here's
Pearl
the, I'm
has
going to tell you the
absolutely said that
descriptor.
it's not the same way.
Thanos says, I'm sorry, Pearl doesn't live the life she preaches and wish gallops in debates. Are you apologizing because she doesn't live the life she preaches? Clarify.
When a
It's
man
not,
cheats
and
is
here's
when a woman
why.
cheats.
The descriptor here is true. Here's the descriptor. The descriptor is that promiscuity in society is not punished by women towards men because of hypergamy.
Thank you.
However, it is punished by men towards women.
That, gentlemen, that is ontology. What he just described right there, that was ontology. Ontology is the study of being. Ontology. Ontology is the study of being, just how we function. How we function. That's ontology isn't, it does have a little bit to do with why we act the way we do, but it's really more about the what. Here's the way men and women think. Here's what they think, here's what they do. Sometimes they get into the reasons, but it is what it is. And the ontology of a woman is very different from the ontology of a man when it comes to promiscuity of the opposite sex. This is why sluts are shamed and studs are admired. Period.
Meaning the value set due to our ontology, which is
I said ontology. Damn it! I said ontology.
different, right? Women seem to not be as upset by male promiscuity as men get by female promiscuity. This is objective.
So Thanos. Thanos with a super chat. We've got our first nigga who has entered the chat. He says, "No, I'm disagreeing with Pearl not pandering. She monetized off the black manosphere with talking points, but does none of that in real life." How do you know? How do you know what she does in her personal life? Because of what NiggaTube told you? I swear to God, you niggas over in, look, Thanos, NiggaTube don't matter. NiggaTube don't matter. Look, bruh, there is no black manosphere. Like, hate to break it to you, Thanos, the black manosphere doesn't exist, fam. The black manosphere doesn't exist. There is no black manosphere, bruh. There is no black manosphere. You niggas, all you niggas do is talk shit and beef and talk about beefs. That's all y'all do. You fall out with each other. It's always somebody over something. That's all you niggas do. Pearl as if to suggest that the black manosphere had these talking points before the regular manosphere. Fuck out of here, man. Dude, this is why I hate niggas. Bruh, you're making an argument that was true back in that people are making back in fucking a year ago. The fuck are you at? The fuck are you at? She making going out the back to the black manosphere. She can't profit off the back of a degenerate community that's non-existent. The black manosphere ain't shit. The black manosphere hasn't changed anybody's fucking life for the better. Give me a break. King Life with the $5 super chat says, why is she speaking to someone that isn't RP, and how is she speaking to someone that isn't RP and still getting cooked on the subject? Clown World, dude, I'm telling you, man. Because you want to know why? You want to know why, King Life? Is because red pill's the truth. Just because you call yourself a red pillar or not, that does not mean that the red pill as we know it doesn't exist. Very good comment there.
True. We have all of the data you could possibly imagine proving that this is true. Women seem to not care so much.
Right.
Now, this could have something to do with the penetrative act, because if you look at homosexuality, for instance.
Kazal says Frank, with the $2 super chat, says Frank the Tank. Who's Frank the Tank? Am I missing something? Is it Gervonta? Like Tank? I don't know.
Both sides seem to be they have a discussed reaction to this. It could be due to the penetrative nature. I'm not exactly sure why this exists as a descriptive truth, but it is descriptively true. That is their point. Their point is not whether or not this behavior is good for men. Most red pillars say that promiscuity for men is not a good thing, in fact.
There you go.
But that doesn't mean that the descriptive truth, that is viewed differently between the sexes, because it is. It most definitely is.
Wow.
But you come along and say Pearl actually means XYZ. Let me explain it. This is not what Pearl is saying when she's
very accountability, which is interesting. But she is right. There is no accountability on the RP men. Y'all excuse bad behavior from men, but are quick to call these women out. Holding men accountable is one of the most important staples of the manosphere. It is the most important stable. It is one of the most important pillars of the manosphere. You cannot become the best version of yourself if you do not hold yourself accountable. Okay? I hold some of my most ardent supporters accountable all the time. If I have a disagreement or if somebody says some dumb shit, then guess what? That's what I got to do. I'm not going to pander to anyone. And Brandon Hines says it's because our promiscuity is earned. Very good. Very good. Yeah, male promiscuity and female promiscuity, they're not the same thing. They're not the same thing. Good try, though.
She is online, when she is tweeting out. This is a very different thing.
He says, you and Myron don't call out bad behavior for men. What? All I say is get fit, get money, and get bitches. Okay, yeah, I'm not accountability. You really need to do your research. You really need to do your research. What you are saying is flat out incorrect. We don't what? Get fit, get money, get bitches? No, that's not. No. Nice try though. Nice try. Seriously, you need to do your research before making dumbass comments like that. That's not even close to true.
And this is where I think Pearl shoots herself in the foot a lot, because I don't know if she's engagement farming to try to say things in the most provocative way possible. But she does not say that men and women, or she does not just say that, cheating is viewed differently from men as it is women, therefore whatever. She will actually say that it's not a big deal if a man...
Accountability says promiscuity is promiscuity. It is. But again... Our ontology, look, accountability is a woman, right? So accountability is a woman. Accountability, you would have more respect for a man who's promiscuous than a man who is a virgin. You would. That's because your ontology dictates it. Because it's just like I forgot the name said, female promiscuity is not earned, it is given. Male promiscuity has to be earned. Male promiscuity is never just given to men. We have to earn it.
cheats. Like, just
right.
Yeah, exactly. Dude, G. Lee says Myron roasts men on the daytime shows, and Donovan cooks men in the chat when they over. Dude, yeah, exactly. Dude, she doesn't know what she's talking about. Come on.
What happens, and Pearl also clarified this, and I even have the tweets of her clarifying this. She's clarified it a million times. But what happens is, because you have a character limitation, what people do, and it's a leftist game, they take what is said out of context. They portray that as a position of Pearl Davis, even though she's clarified it 100 times. That promiscuity for men is not good. However, it
accountability, you need to listen to this right here.
Is a more understandable in society because they're not punished for it by women the same way women are punished for it by men.
There you go. There you go. There you go. Guys, you guys have heard me talk about this from episode 56. Episode 56. Sleeping around is good fun, but it's really not fulfilling. It's fun at the time, but it's really not fulfilling. It's really not fulfilling. That's what we're really getting at here. Number one. Number two, I'm not going to build my brand atop the moral cathedral. I'm not going to build, I don't bring morals to this discussion at all. I talk about what is. So look, if you want to, and again, accountability is another woman. Accountability is yet another female who hates Myron Gaines because Myron has figured, he is educating men on how to get the most out of women, how to get what they want from women, which is sex for the least investment. And men who listen to him get good at it very quickly because they don't get taken to the cleaners. It is what it is.
This operates under incentives. That's showing you an incentive difference.
But I think she's also, she's leading her her audience down the wrong path, because you'll have men like Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles who argue for marriage very strongly.
Yeah, that's right. They argue for secular marriage and have the same contradiction you do, which is why the red pill doesn't take them seriously.
Can I finish?
Yeah, go ahead.
She'll look at someone like Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles and say, like, well, your marriages aren't representative because you are the X%, so you can't translate your experience universally toward men. It's like, okay, but simultaneously she will just say it's not as big of a deal for men to cheat. If you look at a lot of women in their relationships with their husbands, with their boyfriends, they will absolutely think that it is a big deal if they cheat. Now, if you're saying like, oh, well, the top 1%, their wives who might be trophy wives are not going to think it as big of a deal. They're going to turn the other cheek. Well, Pearl is doing the exact same thing that she accuses Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles of doing, trying to apply the standards for the top 0.1% to the average male.
Wow. That is, no. She is dead wrong about that. Men know. Men absolutely know. Most men absolutely know that they're not in the top 1%. This is why we give solutions to the people that are not in the top 1%. Here's how to thrive if you're not a top 1, 10 or 15%er. Here's how to get to that point, and here's how to thrive when you get to that point.
In the dating pool or in the marriage pool.
This is insane. This is insane framing because you want to point out hypocrisy where it doesn't exist. Matt Walsh and the Tradcons suffer from the exact same contradiction that you do, which is to give a
pay attention, accountability,
green light to secularists to get married, which is degenerate in and of its own nature, is a degenerate, non-sacramental act. It is not a Catholic act. Right. It is not an Orthodox act for secularists to engage in this kind of degeneracy in society and then wrap it up in a bow with a state contract. That's insanity. Not only that, but none of these guys actually are willing to debate the issues with any of these people.
Guys, don't trip. This is why women don't like our podcast, and accountability just,
Tomasi, Myron, all of these different red pillars have done a call out to debate with the Daily Wire people on this particular issue because they're straw man. Hang on, because they're straw man so heavily, and none of them will do it. Not one. So that tells me, right, at least you could, I have some respect for you, at least, Lauren, because you showed up to do the debate. Kudos to you. Right, great. At least we had it.
Right.
These guys won't even show up to a debate.
That's very true.
We had it all set up with Myron Gaines. We had it all set up on whatever. We've had it set up a dozen times to take these guys to task on their absurd criticisms of what is considered the red pill, and they refuse to even show up. Instead, they go into a smoke-filled cigar room and film each other kissing each other's asses and talking about how great it is that they want secular people to get married. Oh, wow. We've really won the culture war now, Lauren.
Damn. Good
Well, I mean,
God.
to be fair to them, like, I'm not a Daily Wire employee. I'm not a fan of the Daily Wire as a whole. I like Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles, though.
Oh, you're not a fan of the Daily Wire, but you're a fan of the Peaceful Latinas. Got it.
But Andrew Klavan and Michael Knowles have both sat down with Pearl specifically. They have had those conversations. I'm not saying that they shouldn't have further ones.
Yeah, Klavan got destroyed by Pearl Davis, who's not even a good debater. Yeah, I can't even...
Exactly. There you go. Pearl's not even a good debater. But the reason why she wins these debates is because she's telling the truth. She's telling the truth.
Tell you how badly it would go for the Daily Wire guys to have guys like me who I'm not even a red pillar. I just don't straw man their position. Same thing, Rollo Tomasi, Myron Gaines. All of these guys, they would absolutely obliterate them, and that's why they hide, because they don't have prescriptions to these problems.
No, they don't.
And that's a big problem if you're out there advocating for Christianity, and what ends up happening is we all look stupid, we get pummeled, these guys in their spaces laugh at us, and I don't blame them.
Oh my God.
Do you think that there exists a way for, I guess, there are secular adjustments to marriage that the red pill community would look at and think, you know, you're right, this does change my view of marriage and whether I should get married?
Not in the church. See, I advocate for private marriage. But if they're looking, if they're looking for a religious, just like you said, if they're looking for a Christian antidote, if there's a Christian antidote that's better than private marriage, please let me know. Oh, crap. Sorry about that.
Repeat the question. I want to make sure I get it correct.
So do you think that there are secular changes to civil marriages? And again, I'll say it all the day long. You are right about secular marriages. I have no problems, like, you know, W for you. You're right. But do you think that there are secular changes that would make secular men more likely to get married? Because if you're saying,
but I don't want them to. I want them to get a sacramental marriage. Why would I try to move society towards degeneracy to enable?
So Lauren just asked him. Lauren, she doesn't realize what she just did. She tried to get Andrew to agree with what she's saying. Well, what would you tell secular men? What barriers could you remove that would make secular men want to get married? He's like, I don't want secular men to get married because that would be degeneracy. And she was going to be like, oh, that's what I said. He's not stupid, dude.
Degeneracy. Why would I do that? The truth is written on your heart. That it is true that men and women are inclined to become married, but absent
that's the ontology,
the sacrament, right? They're not living in a married lifestyle at all. They just have some bizarre state contract. It's totally meaningless. Why would I move heaven and earth and all of society to reform all of these laws on behalf of these men if they're not even going to go through with a sacrament and have an ecclesiastical authority which can govern their marriage? You're setting them up for failure. Absent that ground-based community, which you only get from the church. You can only get community building from the church. The reason most of these marriages actually fail, and Sexton, he's a divorce lawyer. He's very popular all over the internet. Great guy. We've gone rounds and rounds about this. But one of the big keys that if you read his book, you'll find this out. Absent the groundswell community, there's nothing which keeps these marriages together. There's no shame.
Wow.
There's nothing to appeal to. It's just you and her, and that's it. And all of the degeneracy of the world. Why would I move heaven and earth and try to do everything that I could to promote that?
Yeah,
I don't want to promote that.
Right.
I want to move these people out of that and into sacramental marriage so that hopefully... not even hopefully, they will, based on what you and I have already discussed, which is that the more religious you are, the less likely you are to get divorced. That's going to require sacramental marriage. That's the way forward, but that requires patriarchy. I'm not going to move laws around and advocate to move these laws around so that secularists can engage in more degeneracy. That's insane.
Right. Which is exactly what you do.
And again, the civil or marriage thing, I think you're right there. That's something.
There it is. Look, she's conceding that again.
That you've kind of blown my mind on. I don't have a problem admitting that. I think from the Daily Wire perspective, they view it as pragmatically easier to encourage people.
Vaughn said, oh, sorry about that. My bad. Oh, good Lord.
Who are secular to get married, have children within that state wedlock than it is to convert them. And
yeah,
I think
we could say abortion is more pragmatic because you can get rid of the undesirables in society too if you wanted to.
There you go.
We're not interested as Christians in pragmatic solutions. We're interested as Christians in sacramental solutions and bringing people into the Church of Jesus Christ.
This is why women shouldn't be leaders. This is why women shouldn't be leaders, guys. Andrew is proving that. She keeps looking for a way to circumvent the sacrament of the church while also appealing to the masses. No. Like, the church is not supposed to appeal to the masses. The masses are supposed to appeal to the church. Vaughn says accountability has left the chat. No, she hasn't. She's still here. I just timed her ass out.
Body of Jesus Christ. In order to do that,
don't worry, accountability. You'll be able to talk in about 5 minutes.
We need to have a message which can compete with the common sense messaging of the red pill, and they ain't got it.
Nope.
And that's why they get destroyed. And that's why guys like me, the few of us which exist, can go out there and completely dismember both sides of the argument because we actually understand what the arguments are. These are not evil men. They're trying to get by inside of this completely degenerate world. They're looking for a solution like this. Myron would be the first to engage in ecclesiastical authority when it came to marriage and recommend that men go that route. And they know that they're immoral, absent Jesus Christ and God. But if you can't offer them a superior message, the red pill is going to beat the holy tar out of you, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Woo! Wow!
Sorry, we'll get to that. We have some more super chats. Lauren is admitting where she's wrong and brought you on her platform. Stop interrupting and show some respect. She names the J. She's good faith. You are not, even if right on this one.
Okay.
Yeah, Lauren is actually interrupting him more than he interrupts her. So nice try.
Well, I did request a moderator.
Yeah, he did.
Moderators are designed specifically so that there's not over-talking, things like this. I understood that this would be a contentious debate. I requested one. It was Lauren who said no, she did not want a moderator. So you can't put this on me that I'm debating like I always debate. I requested a moderator, so that didn't happen.
We're both adults. I think we can just try to let each other speak and finish our points and, continue in good faith. I still think that's possible. Not giving up on that. Arceon, Andrew's extremely bad faith.
Dude, when in the world? Oh, thank God. This person did not engage in good faith. While I disagree with that, let me rewind. Guys, what happened? What happened to grammar? Huh? What happened to basic grammar and just understanding? Like, what happened to adhering to the linguistics of the English language? He is extremely bad faith. No, bad faith is an adjective. Bad faith is an adjective. It's not a verb. You can't be bad faith. Come on. At least the other person says he's arguing in bad faith. Like, I just don't understand. It's giving bad faith. It's extremely bad faith. Oh, Jesus Christ. Man, dude, we're not going to be able to understand each other in 10, 12 years. Jesus.
On that. Arceon, Andrew's extremely bad faith.
And a heretic.
Wickeder than thou. Hey, Lauren, this person did not engage in good faith. This was entirely a game of one-upsmanship. His fans in chat also seem very angry and hostile.
Oh, yeah, all 5.1 thousand of them who are live viewing it right now, all of them are hostile. They're all just insane lunatics. Is that real?
Dude, I like how he's jousting. I like how he's jousting with these super chatters. That's funny as hell.
Really what's going on? Or is it possible that I'm just right?
I don't think this person said that all of your fans are hostile.
Oh my God. Do you see what she just did there? I'm not saying he said that all of your fans were hostile. That's not what he said the other guy said, Lauren. So it's funny. She's actually straw manning a straw man. Andrew, that dude never said that Andrew said that all of his fans were hostile. Yet Lauren wants to come in and say, well, he didn't say that. Lauren Chen is a last word type of bitch. That's almost like it's almost as though, like, let's say we get into a discussion about I don't know, asphalt, right? And somebody said, I believe that asphalt is black. And the other guy says, oh my God, you are absolutely crazy. You can clearly see that asphalt is black, right? And then another person observes that, whoa, wait a minute, like you said he was crazy. Like, what he's going to be in a psych ward or something? That's exactly what happened.
I don't think this person said that all of your fans are hostile.
He didn't say that all of your fans are hostile. He said your fans are hostile. There was no interpretation there, Lauren. You see how this is pandering. This is pandering. That's what this is. She doesn't want to lose fans. She doesn't want you to lose money. Well, he didn't say all of your fans were hostile. That's not what we were talking about.
The McGlone Code. I would love to see Andrew Wilson sit and talk with Pastor Doug Wilson. He's a solid Protestant who's been teaching patriarchy for decades.
Good.
Yes, thank you.
Jacob Mayberry, divorce and premarital sex is extremely low in Mormonism too, and only men can be in the priesthood.
That's true.
There you go.
This is because inside of Mormonism,
patriarchy,
they have a long-standing tradition under a patriarchal authority.
Thank you.
Now, there's other problems with Mormonism, and I'm sure that
Lauren
Chen will ask.
Listen to this. Oh my God. Right on fucking cue. Right on cue. Yes. The reason why the Mormon church is where it is because it's patriarchal. Lauren was just about to say, and as soon as Andrew Wilson beat her to the punch, well, now there are some issues in the Mormon church. There are some issues in the Mormon church. Yeah, I was just about to say. Once again, putting the blame at the feet of men in every situation. Watch.
Authority. Now, there's other problems with Mormonism, and I'm sure that Lauren Chen will absolutely agree with me on that. Huge problems within Mormonism, but the reason that you see this applied and you see less of what you would consider degeneracy in the world coming out of that church is because there's some kind of patriarchal structure which still exists there.
Devin, if you're watching, I need you to turn the channel to FS1 right now. You're going to get a kick out of what you see on that screen.
Thunderstorm, the divorce rate is extremely low for white couples being a first marriage. Eastern Orthodoxy has a huge flaw because it allowed Bolsheviks/feminism to arise in Russia, plus IQ doesn't equal clever.
Nonsense. What ended up happening there, it was not that the Bolsheviks killed the Orthodox hierarchy.
Yes, dude, I swear to God, people are fucking dumb. These people are fucking dumb. Are you serious? Like, do your research, man.
Of Russia, they killed them. They murdered them. They murdered his entire family. And to this day, communism is anathematized by the Orthodox Church. You cannot be a communist and be Orthodox. You will be drove right out of the church. It is not allowed. That's a bullshit claim.
Damn. Okay.
Sorry, this is the current one. The red pill is a joke made by weak men for weak men. This dude is a snake. Jesus gave 2 commandments: love your neighbor, love God. Jesus up to stop an adulteress being stoned. Who is this?
It sounds like you think.
Yeah, Jesus stopped an adulteress from being stoned. That doesn't mean that we do. Yes, I believe that Jesus stopped an adulteress from being stoned, right? But this person right here is upset with us because we hold women accountable for their behavior. We're not going to... Now, listen, Jesus stepped in and stopped her from being stoned because he's Jesus. He's Jesus. Dude, men would never do that. It is not the responsibility of men to... It's not the responsibility of men to rescue women from their bad decisions. It's not the responsibility of men to forgive women for their past promiscuity. Just like I said, Jesus saves, God saves, men don't.
think there's a third commandment, which is be a sissy. And that's what's going on, is that you have completely and totally rolled over for a gynocentric worldview inside of the nation, which is promptly rejected by these descriptive truths by the red pillars, and Christians should be ready, arms open, to swoop these people up inside of the patriarchy and ecclesiastical authority. You have the third commandment of be nice. You see a woman who's uncomfortable, and it makes you uncomfortable. That's part of the gynocentrism that you're dealing with. You are what we like to call a simp.
Oh, my God! Oh, my fucking God! That was... That... That was the most savage and accurate takedown I have ever seen. And look at Lauren's face! Look at her face! She knows he's right. Look at her. Look at her face. She wants to smile because she knows he's right. Let's run that back. Listen to this.
That's part of the guidance of be nice. Patriarch, arms open to these descriptive truths by the red inside of the... You have... Sounds like you think there's a third commandment, which is be a sissy. That's what's going on, is that you have completely and totally rolled over for a gynocentric worldview inside of the nation, which is promptly rejected by these descriptive truths by the red pillars, and Christians should be ready, arms open, to swoop these people up inside of the patriarchy and ecclesiastical authority. You have the third commandment of be nice. You see a woman who's uncomfortable, and it makes you uncomfortable. That's part of the gynocentrism that you're dealing with. You are what we like to call a simp, sir.
Oh, my God. Don fucking DeMarco. Wow. You are uncomfortable with seeing women uncomfortable. Guys, I talk about it all the time. All the time. I talk about this all the time. Do not be afraid to piss your woman off. Don't be afraid to piss your woman off. If your woman is if your woman is upset, let that shit bounce off you. If your woman is angry, if she thinks she's giving you the silent treatment, don't let that shit affect you. That I have never thought of it in that way. That's part of the gynocentrism that's really plagued men, is that we are uncomfortable with seeing women uncomfortable. And so true to their gynocentric hearts, they jump right in to defend this woman, using the most ridiculous arguments, even contradictory. H.MPEG with the $1 Rumble rant says, got dunked on conservatively, now she wants to read Super Chats. Yeah, absolutely. As predicted by Dre, oh boy, I forgot his name. By Dre Sims. How about that?
Ace Montana, OF as a company peaked and is starting to downslide. Follow the money. Nala probably had an accountant say now's a good time to get out.
That's actually a pretty good point.
Nagwal, 1992, he's lying. Myron always supports.
Yeah, well, why don't you go watch me tangle with him on this issue on the Fresh and Fit podcast. Also, that was the #1 rated by polling podcast that they've ever done, me on there tangling with him and with the girls afterwards. So I can give you firsthand direct knowledge that that's not true, because he told it to my face. So you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Like most of you people, you don't even take the time to actually understand these issues. To me, it's disgusting and disingenuous, and I'd actually like to see you guys engage. I'd like to see the Daily Wire guys engage. I'd like to see everybody stop hiding under their little rocks.
When it comes to Myron and the Fresh and Fit guys specifically, you're saying that they don't support degeneracy, the sleeping around, or anything like that?
I'm saying that they're looking for any alternative to the degeneracy in the world. And
Lauren, the West is so fucked up in so many ways that the only way a man can even, the only way that a lot of men have even a shot at some sort of modicum of success, not even with women, but in general, they have to engage in this degeneracy. They have to. They have to. Man, if there were another way to do it, we would do it, but there is no other way. Modern the reason why dudes act like dicks to women is because women keep fucking them. If women wanted guys to stop being assholes, stop fucking them. Women are directly and indirectly telling us what is attractive to them. They tell us with their actions. Men, we are very observant. We're very logical. We say, okay, Women don't respect the nice guy, they respect the asshole. So what are we going to be? We got to be the asshole. Even if you're a little bit nice guy and a little bit asshole, they see that nice guy as a weakness, you're still out.
And what they have not found is good solutions from Christians to this, or they would be more inclined to follow those solutions. Are both Myron and Walter degenerates? Yeah, I've told that to their face. They both know.
Yes.
But they've both rejected the moral framework of religion, one Muslim, one Christian, because they feel that the solutions are nonsensical.
Thank you.
And the thing is they don't have to be. We can come at these people with solutions which are not nonsensical and move them away from these paths. We can do that.
Well, and I think so. You've I think admitted yourself what a lot of these problems or these people's problems with the red pill seem to be. It's kind of like we could also look at the OnlyFans girls and say, yeah, they've identified a market, and like it is a problem. They're looking for someone to take care of them who is a man, but they're not doing it right. But it doesn't change the fact that what they are doing, it is degenerate and it is enabling degeneracy.
Well, you can complain about it.
Come up with another solution then, Lauren. Like, dude, I agree. Guys, I've talked about this ad nauseum. It should not be this way. It shouldn't be this way. We as men, we're genetically predisposed to love and take care of and to cherish women. We're genetically predisposed to protect them. But women are telling us directly and indirectly that that's not what they want in terms of it's not what they want when their sexual market value is at the highest. Women are not choosing monogamy when they're not choosing monogamy, they're not choosing relationships, they're not choosing motherhood when their market value is at the highest.
But until you offer an actual solution, an alternative solution to just go and sin as much as you possibly can, we'll just call it something else other than a sacrament. That's not a solution.
Woo!
It's not a solution to not give them a patriarchal ecclesiastical authority that will actually make women behave. It's not a solution for you to just say, oh, but you're degenerate, so therefore dismissed. That's why they get more and more popular every single year.
That's right.
While the tradcons are losing ground on every single front. We cannot afford.
What would you say specifically as a trad? Like, what does that mean? Because I've seen people refer to being as tradcon as Sydney Watson, who is a liberal atheist, as well as someone like Matt Walsh, who is a Catholic, who is a father, who is right wing. So, I mean, is it just a dichotomy? You're either kind of like tradcon or red pill?
Nope. Oh, I mean,
here we
kind
go.
of. So let me give a little bit of ground here.
Okay.
Tradcon is essentially meaningless. It's a reference point for people who are red pill advocates to point out this is a grouping of ex-Christians, not ex-Christians, but X amount of Christians who believe in X. That's all that they mean when they say tradcon. Ultimately, it's a somewhat empty label. But when I make the reference for tradcon, I think you understand who it is that I'm talking about. If you don't, you want it more clarified. They would consider guys who are inside of like the Daily Wire, the Charlie Kirk Zone, people like this, to be inside of this kind of overarching tradcon field. Andrew Klavan would be a perfect example of this, completely dismembered by Pearl Davis.
That's right.
He barely even had to try because, again, his solutions were a joke from the Christian end.
Yes, cross your fingers, get married. G. Lee with the $5 super chat said, it would be like turning away from capitalism, even though it's the... I'm sorry. He says it would be like turning away from capitalism, even though that's the way the world works. If there was a better way to live, people would do it. Wow, very good comment, man. H.MPEG with the $1 Rumble Rant says men are just playing the game women started. Let's continue.
The solutions from the red pill side that they hear coming out of Christianity are a joke. It's lost its teeth. And it's lost its teeth because of the poor positioning and advocacy of the people who go against the red pill. That's why guys like me are popular in those spaces, and that's why most people are not, because they cannot contend. They just straw man.
Yep.
Well, I think so I watched the Andrew Klavan with Pearl Davis, and I've also seen the criticisms of people specifically like Charlie Kirk. And I think Charlie Kirk, absolutely, he is a strong Christian himself. He would be the first person to say you should come to Christ. But when he's talking about something like marriage, I don't think he fully understands the legal risks that a secular man is looking at, right? Because he went viral for a clip where he says get married as young as possible. I mean, I think a lot of young guys look at that and they think this is ridiculous. You're basically just asking me to tie myself to someone who I'm gonna be with before I make all of my money, and then when she leaves me, she'll just be that much more likely to actually get a piece of it because it's wealth that was earned. I don't agree with Charlie's messaging on that. I think that was problematic. I think that was an L in a situation where we have so many young men who are saying these are my concerns with marriage, to say just do it anyway.
Right.
That is not a solution.
No, it's not a solution. And the Kirk method was a failure from the beginning. All right, a bunch of anonymous frogs were able to completely dismantle his messaging in front of the world. And this was more of the big tent, right-wing, solution-based nonsense. We have to hold our ground. These people are not reproducing. We can actually win this war long term. Just like the churches of old sometimes were cross-generationally built, we have the same exact thing in front of us. We can cross-generationally build back a patriarchal structure. And you can give men a mission, and they will follow it to the letter.
That's right.
And what's going on?
But you have to give us good solutions.
Right now, with the reproduction crisis, actually an opportunity for us, because it's the secularists who are refusing to reproduce, and every single year the number is going down, where the more traditionals are reproducing. We can ultimately win this fight, but we can't do it with poor messaging. If we just end up with these atheist-making factories, which is these Protestant churches, many of them are doing. I'm not saying all. There's some traditional Protestant churches, and there's a lot of base Protestants. Okay. But unfortunately, most of what Protestantism has become is an atheist-creating machine. It turns them out like nobody's business. And if we don't have
Wow. This dude just blew my mind. Did you hear what he just said? He just said that the Protestant church creates more atheists. Wow.
But unfortunately, most of what Protestantism has become is an atheist creating machine. It churns them out like nobody's business.
Oh my God. I have never thought of it that way. Oh my goodness. Boy, that is brutal.
And if we don't have good messaging here, Lauren, if we're not willing to really engage with what these guys are saying, we're going to lose.
Well, then when it comes to, so someone says Lauren's secular allies are bad, Andrew's secular allies are good. You're obviously very keen on debating, talking about the ideas. That's fine. I don't agree with an organization, I'll say it, like TPUSA, that I am affiliated with, taking, for example, a gay man and being like, this is the face of conservatism. I view that as very different than sitting down with someone, explaining my positions, and then, hey, at the end of the day, they admit that I am right. There's a difference there.
What's the difference?
Kind of referring to the peaceful Latinas, and it seems like
no. Did she bring up the peaceful Latinas again?
Well, the difference is one of them, the leftist, the progressive, the secularist, you name it, is agreeing that your position is right on a certain issue. In the other camp, it's you lifting them up just in general as, hey, this is someone who is representative of what I want the movement to be.
There are truths in the world which can be offered up by secularists, which are no less true just because it's a secularist offering it up.
Good God!
To say, though, that in any way, shape, or form, that Andrew Wilson embraces degeneracy is absolutely insane. Nobody has pushed back in this space more on that and more with the creators. Unlike you, I don't have interviews with Destiny where it kisses ass. Instead, I debate him 7-8 times in a row till I'm on a blacklist, because I will continuously take these people on and their ideology on, and it doesn't matter who they are. My ideology is better. It's more sound. It has a much better grounding. I'm going to go into the lion's den where they are and take them on where they're at. And I do this every single day, all day long. That's all I do. What I see instead is this kind of unification, the Kirk-style unification, with these particular degens. That's what you're talking about with the Latinas for whatever. I know who those two chicks are. They're dumb as a box of rocks, right? They're not good advocates for your positions at all, Lauren. Ultimately, though, these secularists, if we want to swoop these red pillars up, if we want to move them over to the body of Christ, the only way that we can do that is to go into their spaces and destroy their ideology. And thus far, the Daily Wire guys have been too terrified to do that.
And you want to know something? This is what Destiny thought he was doing. He said, I'm going to go to all these red pill channels and I'm going to debate everybody and I'm going to destroy their ideology. And then his whore of a wife left him for a dude that wears a dress. And oh, by the way, everyone accurately predicted that. Everyone accurately predicted that. Guys, this is why we win these arguments. It's because it's the truth. Destiny can debate and all he wants to. Dude, the red pill played out in his life, and he still can't admit to having taken the L. Phoenix Light Games with a $20 super chat says, okay, hater, let's be religious. You think men read stories like Samson and Delilah and think, I can save this woman from her bad choices being a 304? No. If I involve myself with her, I could lose everything, in worst cases, my life. Real shit. Very good, man.
That's what's actually happened.
Well, I mean, I disagree that I can't have someone like Destiny on, and we have a discussion about.
God.
I think we were talking about I asked him stuff about OnlyFans. We just had a discussion like I've had with Brianna Wu, and it's usually.
No, I understand,
usually a good time.
but when I had a discussion with Brianna Wu blacklisted me immediately because I destroyed Brianna Wu so bad on a gun control debate. And Brianna was so humiliated that the guy took to the internet and went crazy on the internet about it for, 4, 5, 6 days.
Justin Truegrave says, well, is a BJ a sexual act? Because by your definition, anal sex will not count as sex. Anal sex doesn't remove the hymen. That is a very good argument, but that still does not refute the fact that a girl who is given a BJ does not catch a body. Just because, listen, again, and that was actually the exception. That was the exception that I made, Justin. The only way, okay, let's do it like this. Let's take it there, Justin. That's a very good comment. Let's take it there, Justin. Let's take it there. Let's say there's a girl who still has her hymen intact, but she's been butt fucked by 20 guys. Okay? Still has her hymen intact, butt fucked by 20 guys. Let's just say another girl is a virgin and she sucked the cocks of 20 dudes. Which would you rather take? See, this isn't, when we start talking about, well, if you said this, then by definition, blah, 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 blah. No. Oh, listen, BJs count as a sexual act. I've said that. Blowjobs count as a sexual act, but it does not mean she has a body. Because if a virgin sucks one dick, her body count is still 0. She sucked a dick, right? That is a sexual act, and that is grounds for dismissal if you do that in a relationship. But a virginal girl who sucks a dick is still a virgin. Now, a girl who's been butt fucked by 20 dudes, yes, by definition, she's still a virgin. But our ontology tells us that the girl who sucked 20 dicks is a better option than the girl who got butt fucked by 20 dudes. There it is. So listen, we can argue, we can talk about, well, by definition, this and that and the third. We would choose the girl who sucked one dick and is still a virgin over a girl who got butt fucked by one dude and is still a virgin. So again, once again, and look, I understand what you guys are trying to do. There are no pure girls out there. There are no pure, if you're going to hold a blow, like seriously, if you're going to hold a, because none of us in here, I don't care what anybody says, none of us in here would refuse to take a girl seriously if we knew she was a verified vaginal virgin. Like, how stupid would it sound if you were with your buddies and be like, hey man, I heard things were going good with you and Michelle. What happened? Well, I found out she had kind of a past. Oh, really? Well, she gave a dude a blowjob? Yeah. And so you dumped her? Well, yeah. I mean, she belongs to the streets, doesn't she? How stupid does that sound? Let's have another conversation. Hey, man. Hey, I heard you and Michelle broke up. What happened? Well, I found out that she has a past. Well, wait a minute. Didn't you say she was a virgin? She is, but she's not an anal virgin. Whoa, are you serious? Yeah, I found out she's been butt fucked by a couple of guys. If you were dating a girl and you knew she was a virgin, would you disqualify her if she sucked 5 dicks? If you would disqualify a verified vaginal virgin who had sucked 5 or 15 dicks I can't help you. I can't help you. That is a black pill mentality. Not all sex acts are created equal, gentlemen. And I think that's the overarching message here. Not all sex acts are created equal. They're not. I know it and you know it. But you guys are pretending not to know it because you guys want these super high. Well, if she sucked a dick, then she belongs to the streets. That is nonsense. Let's continue. There we are. Oh, I lost my play button.
Tried to get me blacklisted off the internet just because of how badly I destroyed Brianna's ideology. When you move over to the Destiny front, no, it's okay for you to have a conversation with Destiny, right? But where was Lauren saying, hey, Destiny, letting other dudes...
Yeah, see, here we go. Another black pillar says, sorry, Donovan, neither one nor the other. Seriously? You got to be kidding me. See, again, this... Okay, all right, well, hey, look, if you're a man... If you are a man who's going to disqualify a woman for a long-term relationship, if you're a man that's going to disqualify a virginal female for a long-term relationship because you found out she sucked a few dicks, well, good luck out there. Kevin's Corner with the $2 super chat says, what if she gets a disease? Does that count? What, does that count as a body? No, she is still a verified vaginal virgin, but I'll tell you this. I will tell you this. It is far more likely for a woman who is not a virgin to catch a disease from a woman who is. What disease is she going to catch? She'll catch the oral herpes. She'll catch the oral herpes, right? If I found out that there was a virgin who had who sucked the dude's dick, but she had herpes, I'm not committing to her because I don't want fucking herpes. That's the only reason why. So yes, if she gets a disease, but here's the thing: if she gets a disease, that still doesn't count. I think you guys are conflating. I think you guys are conflating with what counts as a body and what disqualifies a woman, because what counts as a body is not always synonymous with what disqualifies a woman. And again, if you want to see what you guys are doing, you guys are doing the same things that women on the other side are doing, disqualifying men for the dumbest of fucking reasons. Well, I really like guys who are 6'3" and he's only 6'1", so it's a no for me. Well, even though she's a virgin, she sucked a dick when she was in high school, so that's a no for me. That's you guys are talking crazy.
Dudes jizz all over your chick's face? That's degenerate and disgusting. Yeah. Why are you letting your wife go out and get fucked by everything on planet Earth, you gross coomer gremlin?
He's cooking Destiny. Oh, I love it.
Jizz all over your chick's face?
Rainmaker says she has another man's DNA in her, bro. Yes, she does. That does not count as a body. Doesn't count as a body. I don't care what you say. So basically, you want... Yeah. EDM Smash says any sexual act disqualifies her, in my opinion. Gentlemen, that's an L take. That's an L take, y'all. That's an L take, dude. Seriously, any sexual act disqualified. Now, I will tell you this. Any sexual act definitely gets her dumped if she's in a relationship. Listen, virgin or not, if you're my girl and I'm not gonna sleep with you until marriage, then hey, and you go and suck another dude's dick, all right, cool. But for you to say that any sexual act disqualifies her, that's like that's like saying that if a man has ever been unemployed, that he's disqualified. Maybe he just got fired from his job. Maybe he got laid off. Here's the thing, you guys don't believe that. It's like you guys do not believe in your heart of hearts that any sexual act disqualifies a woman for any kind of relationship. That's nonsense. Yeah, Javon says, Donovan, you can't help everyone. Dude, you guys are being ridiculous, man. Like, you guys are really being... Let's get... Ten Sworn with the $2 super chat says, if you want pure women, you have to go outside the USA. Okay, no more of this sex act talk, because we're derailing the show here.
That's degenerate and disgusting. Why are you letting your wife go out and get fucked by everything on planet Earth, you gross coomer gremlin? Where's Lauren Chen at the front line saying, you disgusting fucking heathen? Nowhere.
Before we went on this stream, you specifically said you don't feel the need to bring up personal stuff unless the other person brings it up first. And that's kind of the stance that I take as well. Like, I can talk to Destiny about his ideas.
With potential allies, that's true. The Coomer Gremlin is not ever going to be your friend. The Coomer Gremlin will deplatform you in 15 seconds if he thinks it will in any way, shape, or form boost his audience numbers. He'll go to war with you tomorrow if he thinks it's prudent to his messaging.
Real talk.
He doesn't give a shit about you.
Real talk.
There's no particularly good reason I can ascertain why you didn't go, hey dude, why are you letting your wife get fucked by everything that moves, you gross bastard? Why are you advocating the most degenerate message possible?
There are a lot of people who follow Destiny,
God
who agree
almighty.
with Destiny, who aren't in that same personal position.
Yeah, Marcus Noir says, if you've dealt with enough women, you'd know. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yep. Marcus Noir just dunked on all of y'all. If you've dealt with women enough, you'd know that only an absolute fool would disqualify a virgin because she gave some BJs. That is exactly right. What you guys sound like, how can I put this? What you guys sound like, that's a very, very good comment there by Marcus Noir. What you guys sound like is a woman. Yeah, what you guys sound like, how can I put this? What you guys sound like is here we go. What you guys sound like is the same thing as a woman who has fucked a bunch of guys and disqualifying men for the dumbest reasons. Why do they disqualify men for the dumbest reasons? Because they think they have an abundance of men out there that meet their qualifications. Inversely, if you're a man who disqualifies, if you're a woman who disqualifies a man for stupid reasons, you've had way too much experience with men. That makes you a slut. But if you're a man who disqualifies women for the dumbest reasons, then that means you don't have enough experience with women. See, the reason why I know that this would be the reason I know this is because I don't think I've ever had sex with a virgin that I know of. I've never had sex with a virgin I don't think I've ever had sex with a virgin. Every girl I've ever had sex with has had sex before. Okay? But absent that point, I have enough experience with women to understand that verified vaginal virgins are a commodity. You guys don't realize that verified vaginal virgins are a commodity. You guys are saying this because you think that there are virgins all over the world. No. You're disqualifying a virgin who gave a blowjob because you think that there's millions of other virgins out there who haven't even seen a dick before, and that's just not true. It's the same thing as a woman. I will say it again. It's the same thing as a woman who disqualifies men because he has blonde hair because she has too much experience. Women disqualify men for dumb shit because they have too much experience. Men disqualify women for dumb shit because you don't have enough. Thank you. Good night. Thanks for flying United. You guys are getting smashed in this debate. It's over. I'm done. Like, that's it. All right, I gotta continue.
As he has an audience of, probably millions of people at this point, most of whom are not in open relationships. So I would like to be able to talk about his ideas that they are subscribing for without making it entirely about his specific personal. But it is
entirely, in this particular case, the entirety of the advocation is from the personal.
Yeah, Mr. Thick Brown X 18 says, some BJs, what about 100 BJs? That's a stupid argument. That's a dumb fucking argument. A woman who's given 100 blowjobs has absolutely been fucked. Come on. Seriously? What? Dude, where in the history of time, Mr. Thick Brown XT18, has there ever been a woman who sucked 100 dicks but was still a virgin? Come on, guys. Come on.
Unfortunately, you can't untangle the two in that case. It is a personal thing.
Yeah, you know what, man? You guys need them. You know what? You're right, man. You guys need a male delusional calculator. Well, yeah, Truism the Stormcrow says, how do you know she's a virgin, though? Hey, look, you got me there. But what I'm saying is that if she's a verified vaginal virgin, meaning that you met with the family, she's a virgin, went to the doctor and all that. I know that sounds stupid, but just for the sake of argument, if she really is a virgin. Let's go.
Destiny does and advocates for when it comes to polygamy and polyamorous relationships. He is King Coomer for a reason. He's degenerate on...
Yeah, Mr. Thick Brown now agrees with me. He says, multiple mouth hugs, Donovan, not just one. No guy cares if she gave one BJ. Mr. Thick Brown, listen, Mr. Thick Brown, you got to come over to the YouTube side, because I got a string of men in here. I got a string of men in here saying that, well, if she's had any sexual act, she belongs to the streets. That's fucking dumb. If a man has one hair out of place, he's disqualified. If he drives a blue car instead of a red car, he's disqualified. There are two sides of the same coin. It's the same argument. Disqualifying women for dumb shit because you don't have enough experience, while women disqualify men for dumb shit because they have too much. Stop it.
Every single front. And why are you kissing this guy's ass? He's not our buddy. He's not our pal. He's not our friend.
Nope.
Why don't you actually
I don't think it's
fight back?
Neither are the peaceful Latinas.
Someone's asked to have a nice chat with them. I mean, I don't think the mark of a successful debate is when the other person blacklists you and refuses to engage with you further, as you've probably said happened with Destiny and Brianna Wu.
Yeah, I want the enemies of conservatism to be
I call those people the enemies of masculinity.
Terrified of...
Yeah, Suffix Finest says red pill meatheads make us look bad. They really do. Oh, she sucked a dick. There it is. Mr. Thick and Brown fucking nailed it. Says, oh nah, that is black pill mentality right there. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Dre Sims says, man, you can hope for a girl that's only had like 2 bodies to 5 bodies and not damaged yet. Exactly. You guys are out of your minds. You guys are... Look, and here's the thing. It's not a bad thing that you don't have a lot of experience with women, because we've all been there. Don't get me wrong. Like, we've all been there. Like, when I was younger, I didn't have a lot of experience with women, right? So I'm not gonna be, and it's hard. It's very, very hard to have sex with women. I am not denying that. But for you, but for a man who has little to no experience with women, disqualifying women because they sucked a few dicks, that's crazy. Even you guys aren't even saying a few. You guys are saying if she sucked 1 dick, she belongs to the street. That is asinine. It's absolutely crazy.
The people who represent conservatism, they're not terrified of you. They think you're their buddy.
Yep.
They think
right.
you're their pal.
I don't think they think I'm like...
They're going to get a nice little...
Oh, yes, they do, Lauren. Why do you think... Dude, why do you think, Lauren, they want you on their platform? Because they do think you do think they're your buddy. They're not your buddy. I told you guys yesterday, the peaceful Latinas are not her friend. They are using you. Destiny is using you to get a foothold in the TradCon community so he can continue spreading his poison. Craziness.
Right, on Lauren Chen's show. Oh, it's great.
Yeah, I think we should be able to, like, in a very chill manner, talk about our ideas, talk about our disagreements. If it's something where people are at least inclined to even just learn about what the other person thinks, I still think that is a win. If their audience is even just a little bit more inclined to see what I have to say, I still think that is a win as well.
Look, it's fine to have a nice discussion with people. I'm not even being up for that. I'm just...
Or, by the way, I'm not saying you shouldn't be out there doing what you're doing, but I just don't see why it's the case where what I'm doing is so bad, talking with these people and having them...
FBI agent says, Donovan, I ain't settling for anything less than a virgin. Well, it's a good thing you're an FBI agent, which means you have a passport. Because if you're not going to settle... Listen, if you're not going to settle for anything less than a virgin, that's fine. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. It's going to be a long wait. It's going to be a long wait, friend. I'm not settling for anything but a virgin. What if she sucked a dick, FBI agent? What if she sucked the dick? Is you going to disqualify her then too?
Look, I'm trying to give you a difference in stylistics so that you understand the distinction in our ideology and worldviews.
I do understand the distinction.
I'm not saying it's not okay for you to have like a nice chat with one of these Coomer gremlins. Fine, you can do that. Okay, right? It's not the end of the world. Fair. What I am telling you though is that ultimately, I think
Switchblade 98 says extremism of any kind hurts any particular community overall. See geopolitics. Woo! There you go. There you go. Look, man, if we're having this conversation back in 1932, I'm with you guys. I'm like, yeah, man, like, dude, if it's 1932 and I found out a girl sucked a dick,
she belongs to the streets.
Goddamn right she belongs to the streets. But it's 2024. Get with it, guys. Get with it.
I think that these people are very much going to move into a buddy-buddy position with you, because it's very useful to have women, especially soft women, who don't give a lot of pushback to ideology, where they can go on your platform and give their messaging out with almost zero pushback.
Yep,
That's
there you go.
generally speaking, what I've seen is that is part of an infiltration.
EDM Smash says, so wanting a virgin is extreme? LOL. No, wanting a virgin is not extreme. Expecting one is. Thank you.
Tactic. That's just my opinion.
We all want virgins. But if you expect to find a virgin and won't settle for anything less, then I can't help you.
It's your show. You can do what you want with it, of course. I'm not any type of advocate for any type of cancel culture whatsoever. I
think a lot of people in here are being exposed as black pillars, y'all. I think a lot of people are being exposed as black pillars because you guys are.
So have a zero tolerance policy on community harassment. You'll never see people from the Crucible harassing you. That'll never happen. Or we remove them immediately.
Very good, guys. Very good. Even on my debate with Goose Day Janice, Alex from Playing with Fire, I was very clear. I said, guys, if you are disrespectful, if you troll, if you call him or her names, I will fucking ban you. That's me taking accountability for my audience. If you're gonna harass this person, then guess what? You're gonna have to do it with your vocal words and not with your key and not with your phone. I don't have any place for that. That makes us look terrible.
But I am saying that these people ultimately are not your buddies. They're not your pals, they're not your friends, and they do want to dismantle the entirety of conservative politics. And anytime they're challenged and they lose, they blacklist the people they lose to. And on the front of the red pill versus these these guys from the Daily Wire, it seems to me like they don't want to engage because they're going to lose. That's what it seems like to me.
Well, again, I can't speak for the Daily Wire, and I hope that they do have any types of debates that would be interesting and useful for the community. But I guess on my part, one of the reasons, like, you can complain that I'm too soft, but one of the reasons I think that I am one of the trad cons who is speaking.
Because you're a woman, Lauren. You're a woman. And oh my God, you guys are right with it on Rumble. With Ghost on the Rumble side says, this is why women shouldn't be leaders. Your goal should be to obliterate their arguments and convert their audience to your side. You can do that, and you can't do that and have a respectful. He said you can do that and have a respectful conversation. That is exactly right. That is exactly right. That's exactly right, man.
Speaking to you is because of that openness, if that makes sense. Like,
perhaps,
I don't look at
perhaps it is that you see another angle. I don't know. I'm not going to ascribe anything to your motivation.
Yeah, very good comment there by the evil Wabbit. Oh my God, that is the funniest name. That is the funniest name I have ever heard. The Evil Wabbit podcast. Anyway, he says it shows the difference between modern men and women. Young dudes out here expecting chaste women that don't exist in mass. It's exactly the same as sluts who think that high value men exist in mass. It's the same thing. FBI agent says, Donovan, he wants to, he said, okay, you probably just misspelled it. He said, am I delusional for wanting a virgin? Absolutely not. No, look, we want what we want, guys. Like, look. We want what we want. We all want virginal women. So it's not delusional for women to want the highest value man that they can get. It's not delusional for men to want virgins. It's delusional to think that you will find one in this day and age. It's delusional. You wanting a virgin is as delusional as these hoes on Fresh and Fit expecting to find some billionaire husband after they've ridden a carousel. It is literally exactly the same thing. Not saying you're delusional for wanting a virgin, but if you expect you're going to find one in this environment, yeah, good luck with that.
Because thus far, I feel like you have been good faith. So I'm not going to ascribe anything to motivation. I'm happy that you had the debate. I'm happy that you had me on your platform. I'm sure you're happy to be on mine, where there's a massive, 5.1 thousand live viewership right now. I'm sure you're happy about that too. But ultimately, what I'm saying to you is that there is a distinction in our ideology.
The naughty American expat says, quote, A slut is a woman who will sleep with every man but me. Tom Likas, right?
And you need to work on the formation of your grounding because you get caught in contradiction after contradiction. These red pillars, the reason that they win.
Aaron Ramat says, Donovan, all I'm saying is that I don't expect it. I just want it, but I'm okay dying with my hard work alone. Well, there you go. Thank you. Thank you. And that, dude, that's exactly it. And this is why the girls get cooked on Fresh and Fit so much. Because they cannot, it does not register in their minds that they're not going to find the guy that they really want. They're just not. Like, you're a tatted up OnlyFans hoe. What fucking dude making $100,000 is going to take you seriously? Right? And every once in a while, there are women that says, hey, you know what? I'm 36 years old. I got a couple of kids. I do OnlyFans because I have to. I know that I'm probably not going to find the man of my dreams. That's what Aaron just said. He's like, look, man. Like, I get it. I don't expect it, but I want it. And I'm okay dying on that hill. Hey, and there you go. There you go. Like, if that's the right attitude to have. That's the right attitude to have. Like, Aaron says, okay, I want virgins, but I know that they're not in great supply, and I'm not going to settle for anything less. And so I'm willing to just check out of the dating market. So Aaron is acknowledging, yes, this is what I want, but I know that what I want isn't plentiful, and I'm okay not having it. Okay, good, very good.
Is because they
that's not delusion. That's being realistic. It's not delusional to want a virgin. It's delusional to expect one. Nice try, FBI agent.
Reject these ethical standards which are laid down by.
Look, I'm sorry. I'm kicking you guys' ass in this debate. Like, I'm taking all of y'all on and I'm fucking y'all up.
Christians, and they don't have to run into those same contradictions.
Planet Rodella says, why are tats a red flag? Nowadays, everyone and their mom has a tat. Yeah, exactly. I just proved my point for me.
And we cannot beat them in this war if we have bad.
Yeah, everyone and their mom has a tattoo. Guess what, Planet Rodella 3? Everyone and their mom is a hoe. That's why everyone and their mom has a tattoo, which is why it's a red flag.
Advocation for their positions either.
With Ghost says Aaron crossed the line from being delusional and accepting reality. There you go. There you go. There you go.
Well, here, let me kind of broadly talk about this, because I like to think of myself as someone who has introspection. I in my heart of hearts, I think that's a good thing to be. That's what I try to be. A consistent, I guess, disconnect that I understand my worldview has is the belief that government is evil, but also that people are evil.
EDM Smash says it's a great debate for sure, and we can share views. No, this is not a great debate. I'm kicking your ass. And we do not share views on what constitutes as a virgin, a non-virgin, and how plentiful they are. So no, this is not a good debate. I'm absolutely kicking your ass.
And so as someone who is very anti-government, I often find myself in the position but I'm simultaneously a Christian, believe people are inherently sinful, where I am struggling with advocating for policies that I know would, on the whole, improve society.
Jerry RN says, so basically, we all dying alone with cats and dogs. No. You will, look. Here's the thing. You have to get what's on the market, guys. That's the way it goes. And listen, if you would rather die, look, and a lot of men are making this choice. Rightfully so. A lot of men would rather die alone, and I'm not being facetious. A lot of men would rather die alone than take a chance with a slut, and I can't blame you. Oh, Jerry RN says I'm being sarcastic. No, I agree with you. A lot of men are, you know what? That's it. I'm out. I guess I'll just die alone, because I'll tell you what, we're gonna die alone anyway, right? Do you want to die alone broke, or do you want to die alone with some money to your name so that you can bequeath it to the people that mean something to you? DJ Beefit with the $5 super chat says he wanted a chick with a V card, yet she got a 6-foot schlong in her bedroom nightstand. Good luck. Yeah, exactly. See, there you go, man. Sean Morris with the $5 super chat says not only are the women you find not going to be virgins, but there is a 486% chance that their body count is higher than yours. Just accept reality. Woo! Yeah, I'm smoking, y'all. Yeah, Lex Xavier says, I'm okay. See, there you go. Lex is like, I'm okay dying alone. Yeah, I mean, look, if you're okay dying alone, then just say that. But don't say, I'm not accepting anything but a virgin, because it's not going to happen. Sorry. See, men can admit that because of what they want, a lot of men will die alone, and we do much better dying alone than women do. Women can't admit that they will die alone because of their standards. I'm telling you guys got to come around.
With the idea that if the tables were turned, I would be the one who is being subjugated and oppressed.
Yeah,
Lex said, I'll be smashing the whole time, though. Hey. Look, I ain't mad at that.
That's why this idea that government itself is bad is the wrong idea. What you want instead is a government that works.
I'll tell you what. Listen, you guys who will disqualify a woman for any sexual act whatsoever, dude. Hey, you know what? That's more for me, man. I'll take one of them off your hands.
For
Stupid
you, if you want a government that works for you, it has to be patriarchal and it has to rule from a Christian ethic. One of the biggest con jobs that's ever been perpetrated on the American public is this idea of a wall between church and state. There is no such wall. There's never been such a wall between church and state. People rule through their ethics. They rule through their grounding foundational ethics. There's no reason at all why Christian society can't rule and legislate Christian ethics. Why can't we do that? It's insanity to say otherwise.
Right.
The government is always a reflection of the integrity of the people which vote these people into office, which put these people into office. The reason that they're all degenerate scumbag, bought and paid for by lobbying groups is because there's no ethical foundation left. There isn't any, and we roll over way too easily for these people, and we let them say, oh, yeah, well, a secularist is going to let you be a Christian, so therefore it's okay. No, screw that. By the time you and the libertarian are done fighting over who wields the sword of power, the progressive has already cut both of you down with it.
God damn.
Yeah, and so, we're the libertarians in the chat are, of course, calling you an authoritarian.
Good. Good. I want to use authority to completely and totally...
He's like, yes, good, yes.
Stamp out insane ideologies which are designed specifically to be as curtailing to the moral fabric of the nation as I possibly can. That is exactly what secularists do. They have no leg to stand on to criticize me at all. They do the exact same thing. They just say, I can't do it for some reason.
So,
Jovan says today, I'm sorry, he said today, oh, Jesus. I'll take the L on that. He says, to say that you're not going to take nothing but a virgin, I don't know where you're going to go where it's legal to find someone unless you are going overseas. And that's the thing, Jovan. That's the thing, Jovan. Every one of these black pill losers everyone who endorses this black pill, and I'm not going to call them black pill, but that's a very black pill mindset. Anyone who endorses the black pill mindset that a woman has got to be chaste and pure before, blah, 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 blah. Pardon me. Most of these dudes live right here in the United States, number one. Number two, they don't want to go. They either can't or won't go overseas. So if they can't or won't go overseas, and you've checked out of the dating market, why are you going to tell me, well, I won't accept anything but a virgin, and if she's done anything, she belongs to the streets? Because you fuckers just want to sit around and complain about women, and that's not what we do. You want to sit around and complain about women, and the solution is to go overseas to increase the probability of finding lower risk women overseas. But you either can't do it because you can't afford it, or you won't do it because you're afraid. But you're fine with complaining about a verified vaginal virgin who sucked a dick, and now she's completely ruined. Fuck out of here, man. You sound dumb.
Magic Dragon says, America is great because of church and state being separated. You're un-American wanting otherwise. It's why we have so many different people in our great country.
Oh, here we go.
I don't think that's I don't think it's fair to say that America is great because of church and state being separated. And one of the struggles that I'm having, that I'm talking, about this conflict that I personally have, is the fact that, we can go back to the Constitution, a document I think is very important, but the demographic makeup of the country is so different, where I do think that the Constitution is wholly incapable of bringing in the same results that we had back during the founding, because we're no longer a Christian people.
The Constitution was based on Enlightenment doctrines. These Enlightenment doctrines have always been evil and antithetical to Christianity. Always. They've never been anything less than antithetical. Originally, though, at the foundation of the nation, all 13, I think all 13, there was at least 11, had a state church. States were always allowed to have church representation. There was no wall between the two at all. After the Constitution was ratified, they still had state churches. Why? Because the 10th Amendment says that the rights that the federal government do not have the power to belong to the states prospectively. States can still have state churches. This idea of a wall between church and state is absurd. It's completely made up. You made it up. It's totally made up. You took a single letter and you...
Sandwave says, so is not disqualifying them for certain sex acts the same as marrying a 304 that has dabbled in sex work? Genuine question. No, it's not the same. It's not the same, because not all sex acts are created equal. They're not. A virgin who has sucked one dick is not even close to someone who's dabbled in sex work. Not even now. And here's the thing. Here's the thing. How can I put this? That's a very good question. How can I put this? Not all sex acts are created equally, right? But there are certain, the only real sex acts that would disqualify, well, not disqualify, but the extreme sex acts disqualify women. If she's ever had sex with more than one man at the very same time, that completely disqualifies her. But a woman who's had a train run on her and sold it on OnlyFans is not the same as a virgin who sucked a dick. Sorry. Cigarman85 with the $5 super chat says, and once you go overseas, where do you find a virgin? Virgin.com? Good luck if you don't speak the language and get scammed. Well, I mean, I agree. And that was part of the cost that I was talking about. If you want to go overseas, and if you want to increase the likelihood of finding a virgin, go overseas, because there are a lot more overseas than there are here. Just understand that there are going to be costs. You're going to have to spend money to fly and live out there because you don't want to bring her here. You got to learn the language. You have to learn the customs, and you have to be able to communicate with her effectively. I'm not saying it's impossible, because there are men out there who want that bad enough. They want that bad enough to the point where they're willing to undertake that heavy lift. Most men aren't. And I understand why most men aren't. Because women were so it's almost impossible to conceive that there were these virtuous women all over the place. Now that just doesn't exist anymore. And it's like guys just don't see that. It's like they honestly believe that they're going to. No, you are not. You're gonna have to go overseas. Look, I'm telling you right now, what you guys need to understand, what y'all need to understand is beauty costs, my friend. Beauty costs. Okay? You're going to have to pay one way or the other. And I don't mean with money. You're going to have to pay with your time and energy and all that good stuff. But guys, like fam, you're not going to get a virgin for free. Bruh, you're not getting a virgin for free. There is always a price to be paid. Just like modern women aren't going to get the high value man for free. There are changes that she needs to make or things that she needs to be to get that high value man. Well, it's the same thing as a virgin. It is possible for you to find a virgin, but there's a lot that you have to go through. And the question, just like the question to women, is if you want that bad enough, what are you willing to do? What is it worth to you to get a high value man? What are you willing to do to get a high value man? And 11 times out of 10, it's nothing. Well, this is the same mentality that men have with these virgins. Guys, virgins are not plentiful. It's possible to get one, but in order for you to get one, are you willing to do what's necessary to get, find, and keep one? That is the question you have to ask yourself. If the answer is yes, fine. If the answer is no, fine. But if the answer is no, shut the fuck up about disqualifying a virgin because she's given a blowjob. I'm not trying to hear that nonsense.
You made the whole thing out of the letter because of Jefferson's, and it's nuts. It's insane.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not, when I talk about the Constitution, I'm not referring to any, like, First Amendment shall make no laws with it regarding the establishment of religion. That's not what I mean. But
yeah, Lex Agnan says some of the passport bros be getting scammed for real. Yeah, that's, I think, there's a lot of scamming that goes on. I think that, I'm hoping that the passport bro educational system will increase. I would highly recommend the Passport Pros, PRO, course that MLD has out, because that really does help you to mitigate a lot of the pitfalls that comes with going overseas and looking for a wife.
But when we look at the recognizing of things like freedom of speech, America is still one of the only places that recognizes that. Do you believe that, can something like freedom of speech exist alongside?
There it is. Sandwave says, I see now, Don, because high value men are rare, but virgins are rarer. Woo! Yes, gentlemen. Vaginal virgins? Dude, there are less virgin, and we all know that high value men are not plentiful relative to the population. But I'm here to tell you right now, the number of virgins is lower than the number of high-value men. And we know that high-value men are few and far between. Virgins are fewer and farther between.
A Christian government.
There is no freedom. There's only duty. Rights are a social construction. They don't exist in objective reality. Your rights are only as good as the force that you have to enforce those rights, and that's always been. Gary
Mims says, I must be cooking because you're not addressing my point. No, I'm not addressing your point because I didn't see it. So you can't cook in the chat, Gary. Stupid. You stupid motherfucker. Then what's your goddamn point, bruh? Look, EDM Smash is coming around. Look, man. Look. Check this out. This game I'm giving you, eventually it's gonna seep in. Okay? It's kind of like lidocaine. It takes a little while. To take effect. But eventually it will. EDM Smash is coming around. Look. You guys are arguing about what should be. I'm arguing about what is. You guys are arguing about possibilities. I'm telling you the probabilities. Tell me I'm wrong.
The truth. While we can collectively recognize that we have what are called rights, like the Second Amendment, for instance, which states a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
Right. Second
or we
Amendment.
move over to the Third Amendment, Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, whichever one you want to pick. These are all just basically enforced through the barrel of a gun. You don't actually have intrinsic rights. It's completely made up. It's always been completely made up.
It says Gary's here looking to argue. I don't know what his point is. If you would, Gary, put your point in the chat. Just put your point in the chat. I missed it. So
made up.
Yeah, Black Samurai says Donovan's guys, of course I'm right. Of course I'm right.
That's it. What you're left with is force. And what's going on right now is that your Second Amendment shall not be infringed. Oh, yeah, it's infringed. Your First Amendment, freedom of speech, it's infringed.
Oh, absolutely.
Everything across the board for your rights is infringed because they have the monopoly on force, and that's that.
Wait, they have the what?
Because they have the monopoly on force, and that's that.
The monopoly on force. That's what I was talking about earlier, about the unsilent majority. Frank Black says focus on debate. Frank, buddy, this is my podcast, and I will do with it. And I will conduct it however I please. If you don't like it, you are more than welcome to exit the chat and not watch. Okay? People complain all the time, Donovan, you talk too much, you interrupted too much. Gentlemen, this is a reaction, not a watch party. Let me repeat that. Because somebody else said that I repeat myself like every other sentence. This is a reaction, not a watch party. If you guys want, guys, you don't tune in to sit here and watch something that you've already seen, and me just to sit in silence, right? So if you want me to focus on the debate, then just go watch this on your own. man. Just go watch it on your own, dude. Come on. You guys are killing me.
Well, I mean, when it comes to, like, let's say a Christian government, the reason why I bring up freedom of speech is because we've just seen...
Oh, my bad. Frank Black says, sir, I was referring to the clowns. Oops. Sorry about that. Took another L. Luna says that's become common in Colombia. Yeah, I've heard that too.
With the anti-Semitism bill, many dispensationalist Christians, I don't know what your view on Israel or anything like that is.
We reject dispensationalism. Christians are the Israel. We are the new Israel. We've always been the new Israel. Dispensationalism is false doctrine. It's always been false doctrine. The Orthodox Church heavily rejects dispensationalism. And, by the way, Catholicism even rejects dispensationalism. This is a purely Protestant, foreign government brought to you ideology.
Wow. I've never looked at it that way. Okay. All right.
Right. And I do want to add that I'm very critical of most sects of Protestantism. We look at what the Methodists are doing. I mean, it's ridiculous, but I will add there that it's also uniquely American.
Dre Sims says, he says Frank catching a stray. Yeah, he caught one earlier. Dre Sims caught one earlier.
Protestants from around the world are not drumming or banging the drums in the same way for Israel, specifically still referring to them as God's chosen people, the Jews, as Protestants other places in the world. So just want to point that out. This was a branch of especially evangelicalism that I was not familiar with before I moved specifically to America. But when we look at something
dispensationalism exists in Canada.
Oh, I was going to say, is Lauren, she's got to be, I didn't know that she immigrated to America. I didn't know
it's
that.
As much a part of Protestant doctrine there as it is inside the United States.
Yeah, Jovan says, it took some time to get used to Donovan talking, but I like it because Donovan knows his stuff. Yeah, guys, listen, sometimes, look, I know that I am an acquired taste. I know that I'm an acquired taste. I know that I'm not for everybody, and I know I rub people the wrong way just by who I am. I'm disagreeable. I'm a hothead. But two things I know to be true. Is number one, I know what I'm talking about, and number two, I really want to help you guys. So, I understand that the way I do things is not for everybody. I get it. I don't know. I just don't know how to do it any other way. So, appreciate it.
And it's moved into South American nations as well as Western European nations.
I mean, many, like in Korean churches, this is not a huge part of the doctrine. Like it's not the same.
South Korean churches, dispensationalism also exists. Absolutely.
Wow, I did not
know
that.
If you were to do polling, like absolutely in the American South specifically, not just America in general, this is something that
EDM Smash says at the end of the day, I'm 22. Cut me some slack. Okay, all right, EDM, all right.
I think is exploded in southern states.
Yeah, that's because foreign lobbyists have paid these huge mega churches and these reverends to preach the doctrine of dispensationalism and gave them jets and everything else in order to do it. It's all foreign lobbying.
That it's not inherent to Protestantism.
It is inherent to Protestantism because without a firm ecclesiastical control and church tradition, you end up with doctrines which are all over the board because you can just say, it's my own personal.
So Lauren is Canadian. I didn't know that. Okay. All right.
Jesus, like what you said on Jesse Lee Peterson's, my own personal Jesus. So if that's the case and it's just your own personal Jesus, then you can come up with whatever dogma you want. It is an inherent flaw with Protestantism itself.
Thank you.
Many of them even recognize that that's true.
That's one of the many flaws with the Protestant church. That's one of the many flaws of the Protestant church is that the Protestant church they pander. Like nobody really knows what stances the Protestant church takes because there's so many denominations. And what they do is they twist and they interpret the Bible to fit their own agendas. It's almost like people who go around looking for churches. Well, I went to this church, but I didn't quite like it because of blah, 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 blah. Dude, like one church, let's go.
Well, sola scriptura, like I think the idea behind many Protestants is that this scripture should have ultimate authority. And I think when we look at a lot of why Protestants don't support Catholicism, I'm not going to go into Greek Orthodox because that's not something that I'm familiar with. And,
Well, they
it's
wrote
usually
they wrote the Bible. They put the Bible together. So
right, but I'm not
that.
familiar with their current. So I'm
Yeah, then there's that.
going to refer to Catholicism specifically. There are things that the Catholic Church does, and as a Greek Orthodox, I'm sure you would agree as well, that are, I mean, I think not scripturally supported. So that I think is when we're looking at, okay, well, you could do whatever. It's just whatever you want. It should be what is based on the Bible in most Bible believing Protestants.
Is that so? Well, let me ask you a question then, Lauren. If you're filled with the Holy Spirit and you're in church and another person's filled with the Holy Spirit and you have a different interpretation of the biblical text, how do I, the observer, determine who's right?
Man, this guy is really fucking good, dude. Like, this dude is really, dude, I don't know how the fuck this dude does this. I really don't. Like, this is incredible how this dude's mind works. It's insane.
Well, you would have to, I'd say, beyond what that one single scripture, try to make the arguments as to which one supports the preponderance of things that are in the Bible.
Oh, preponderance. So, more likely than not. That's what we're doing? So if it's so the preponderance is more likely than not. She's using a legal term. And what she just described, the difference between criminal court and civil court is that in criminal court, the standard of proof is guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. In civil court, the standard of proof is the preponderance of the evidence, which means that it's more likely than not that you are responsible.
It's sola scriptura, then we're both exegeting the text based on us being filled with the Holy Spirit.
God, this guy.
Is the Holy Spirit lying to both of us?
Oh my
or is it possible we're both wrong?
Whoa.
How do I, the observer, make the delineation as to who is correct without appealing to authority? Can you explain that to me?
Wow. Oh my.
Well, I would not say that the Holy Spirit, just whatever you feel is what you should be making these decisions off of at all.
Well, then how do you exegete the text without the Holy Spirit and get it correct?
Well, I think that it needs to be an intellectual discussion.
Okay, you're having an intellectual discussion. Secularists can have an intellectual discussion on this too.
God, this is
how do I, as the observer, determine who's correct? If both of you are exegeting the text, you're both pious. How do I make the determination as to who is right as the observer?
This is crazy.
And know that I'm not following false doctrine.
Whichever party is more in line with Scripture.
So then would this be an argument ad populum, just if the majority believe it that it's true?
Oh!
That still doesn't answer how I would know which one. How do I know which?
I can't. Dude, Dude, I don't know how the fuck. No. Look, Wushu Viking says all he does is speak rational common sense. No. I speak rational common sense, but even I can recognize that this dude is an incredible debater. Dude, honestly, oh my God, dude, the best dude, Myron, Andrew Wilson, and there's another guy. There's another guy who's a Christian guy, and I forgot what his name is, but he's a nice guy, and he's very matter-of-factly, and he went on the Whatever podcast, and he cooked those bitches. I don't know how he did it, but he is oh my God. Yeah, it's not just he's just speaking rational common sense. No, he is doing far more than that. He is speaking rational common sense on an intellectual level that both intellectuals and lay people like myself can understand, while simultaneously demolishing her views. This is insane. So much so that the chat doesn't have any real rebuttals. All they're doing is super chatting in ad hominems. It's insane. It's incredible. Jesus Christ. This
interpretation is true, absent appealing to myself as the authority.
Yes, Marquette. Yes. Young Metro says Mark. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Marquette is the dude. Marquette. Oh, yeah. See, you guys. Oh, yeah. Dude, Marquette. No, I'm not talking about Well, no, the other guy I was talking about. Oh, no. Yeah, well, I wasn't talking about Marquette, but now that you guys mention it, Marquette is one of the best debaters I've ever seen. He's a white guy. And he think he wears like anyway.
I think we need to appeal to the Bible as the authority, whichever
Luna says Marquette, Andrew Wilson, and Donovan. No. Look, Luna, listen. I appreciate the love. I really do. I appreciate the love. But I'm not debate-wise, I got nothing on these guys. Like, I understand and know most of what they're talking about, but these guys are like surgeons with the way they articulate it. I am not nearly, like, dude, I'm self-aware enough to understand that I'm not nearly articulate enough to communicate my positions like Marquette and Andrew and Myron are. I'm just not, man. Like, dude, I ain't got that kind of talent. Like, the good Lord, the good Lord blessed me. The good Lord blessed me with a lot of talents. But, dude, being able to debate is not one of them.
Yeah, but you're the observer. You're the observer. So if you're appealing to the Bible and exegeting the text, you are the person at that point who is telling people what Scripture says. The observer himself, who is observing this argument, how do they make the determination what is true? The answer is, well, you should go to the Bible as well. Doesn't this make each individual...
Right. Which version of the Bible, Lauren? If you're confused about which one is right, well, just go to the Bible. Lauren, there's 748 Bibles in the Protestant church. There's the King James version. There's the King James Jr. version. There's the AFC East version. I mean, like, there's so many Bibles. So it's the same thing. Two people filled with the Spirit, they have a fundamental disagreement on what it takes on Christianity. How do we delineate the difference between one or the other? Her solution, we'll just go read the Bible. Which Bible?
Well, the ultimate authority on what the Bible says.
I think the Bible is the ultimate authority of what the Bible says, and beyond that, we do our best to interpret what the Bible says. And
Certain is also very good. Man, you guys are really, Certain is really, really good. Certain is really, really good. Jim Bob, not yet on whatever. Maybe possible. I don't really know.
So how do we make the determination who's right? You say the Bible is the ultimate authority. That's great. If we're all appealing to the Bible and we all have a different concept of what these different scriptures mean, and we have a different idea of what these scriptures mean, how do we determine what's true?
Oh, I thought he was gonna ask her which Bible. I thought I was gonna be able to Don DeMarco myself. All right, well, never mind.
I mean, within Protestants, there are still seminaries where people go to study the Bible.
So are you going to appeal to authority?
I mean, if it's the, I guess it's this or, this interpretation or this interpretation, you would have to, if you don't know yourself and it's totally ambiguous hypothetically as to what the scripture could mean.
Javon says, I will say Kevin was one of the smartest people I've seen. You ain't that far from it. I appreciate it, man, but I don't know. For whatever reason, I don't know, maybe it's just my insecurity. I've never, like, dude, God rest his soul. Dude, Kevin is the smartest dude I've ever met in my entire life. And I met a lot of smart people, man. I can't, like, I don't know. I don't think I'm as smart as that fucking dude. Dude, oh my God. Look, man, I'm good at what I do, but as a man, I understand my limitations, man. I understand my limitations, and I'm not on these guys. I mean, I appreciate you guys for the kind words, but me personally, just me looking in the mirror, I don't see it.
Then yeah, you would have to, I guess, like, I don't disagree with the fact that there are pastors who know more about the Bible than I do.
So you're going to appeal to authority. So then how do you know that they're giving you the right answer as well? And we can extrapolate this as far back as you'd like, but this is a huge problem, and this is why you have so many different branches of Protestantism, because they all exegete the text how they see fit, right. And then if they have an argument or a disagreement, they do the exact same thing that you do. And they just say, nope, that's what the Bible says, so therefore I'm following it based on their own personal interpretation. That's why you end up with so many different branches, and why you end up with some of them saying, no, actually, Christ loved the LGBTQ. Oh, no, God. Actually, women should be pastors. No, actually, what should happen is X. They all have their own different exegesis.
I mean, but you're choosing two examples where the scripture is very, very clear that no, women should not be pastors.
Then why are they doing it?
Because they're not leaning on scripture. They're not. They're
not?
like
Okay.
They're not leaning
How do
on
you
scripture,
know?
no. Because scripture is very clear.
That's see what I mean? This is the problem. You're saying my interpretation is clear, their interpretation is not. They say my interpretation clear and yours is not. That's why it's important to have an ecclesiastical authority.
Woo! Oh my God! This guy is, this dude is killing him. Oh my God! Dude, I'm gonna tell you what. I don't think I have ever seen anybody look, I'm not saying Andrew Wilson's the best, guys. I know a lot of you guys have your different opinions. This is crazy town. I cannot believe how how do you learn to do this? This is honestly, this is outside of my intellectual purview. And I'm not saying that to be purposely self-deprecating, but guys, ugh. Let me quit slobbing his knob, as the kids say.
And an unbroken tradition through the line of
very good question. Harris 2820 says, do you guys believe Sertain is authentic? Serious question. Yes. Boy, Sertain is a very Sertain is an interesting character. I think where Sertain look, man, Sertain has accomplished a shit ton more than I ever will. So I'm never going to be the guy who, hey, but I think one of the issues that Sertain's podcast has is that it lacks teeth. It lacks teeth. Sertain does not, and it's funny, the only people that go all the way in on bitches on Sertain are Myron, Marquette, and drunk Adam Sosnick. You guys know I don't hold Adam Sosnick in high regard, but I'm gonna tell you what, when he was doing the Sertain podcast, when he was drunk, he was killing those bitches. Sertain lacks the teeth because all of the hot girls he knows are also a part of his other business, like the bikini shows and everything. So if he knows that, okay, he'll razz him a little bit, but he won't go all the way like a Myron or a Marquette. Because it's not, they don't give a fuck about these fucking fake titty bimbos. They don't care, right? But I think with Sertain, it's almost like Sertain is, I don't want to say he's hedging, but he's not as savage, because if he is, it's going to compromise both his business and his podcast. If he really tells these bitches what's really, really up, then eventually the well's going to run dry for his podcast and for his business. So his podcast and his business, they work. I'm blanking, but you guys understand here. They work symbiotically with one another. One fuels the other, and the other fuels the other. So is he authentic? I believe he's authentic, but the reason why a lot of people question his authenticity is because he doesn't go hard on these girls like a lot of people think he probably should. And I don't blame him. This is intertwined. Thank you. So I'm fucking, dude, I'm like glitching out. Yeah, see, now I'm the one glitching out. I was glitching out over, but there you go. Sertain's business is intertwined with his podcast, and that's the reason why it's never going to be, that's why it's never going to be like that. Okay.
Apostolic succession. That's why it's so important.
Jerry RN says, Sertain is way too close to those women. Absolutely.
Tradition, if it changes at all,
oh boy,
then it's a false doctrine. It has to be.
Well, so the Catholic Church, they have this, this structure, the Pope and everything like that. You say if it changes at all, it's a problem. We know back.
They're schismatic. The Eastern Orthodox recognize.
Yep, there you go. Sean Morris says he's friends with those women. That's exactly right. He's friends with those women. Myron tells these bitches from the jump, I'm not your friend. I'm not trying to fuck you. This is an opportunity for you. You get out of pocket, I will kick you the fuck out of here.
The Catholic Church are schismatic. In fact, the Catholic Church will allow us to go in and take their sacraments, but they are not allowed to come into our churches and take our sacraments because they are schismatic, because they have a broken tradition when they yielded to papal authority. which is exactly what happened during the schism. So no, I would tend to agree with you that Catholics are schismatic, and all of you are schismatics as far as we're concerned.
Okay.
But absent getting into a deep theological debate, back to the discussion at hand, when we're discussing the red pill and we're discussing feminism, I still have not actually heard a red pill descriptor that you have a problem with. Can you give me one?
She can't.
I mean, if you're saying that the idea that, promiscuity on behalf of men should be excused is, in your definition, not intrinsic to the red pill.
That's not a red pill doctrine.
No, it's not.
Well, then I don't have a problem with that then.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's the thing. There are a lot of, I've said from the beginning, there are a lot of problems at the red.
Yeah, Jadwa. Jadwa. I've been mispronounce your name, Jadwa. It's Jadawa. Sorry about that, L. Donovan. Michael Jadawa says Michael Certain professionally benefits from these women. That's why he doesn't verbally eviscerate them. He wants to do it, whether he wants to do it or not. That's exactly right. That's a very, very good, very good point.
Pill points out that I do think are problems, and I have no problem with a discussion being raised about them. Like, let's talk about.
So you don't have a single actual criticism towards the actual red pill, and then when we bring up the stuff, then we bring up the stuff about. Hang on, let me finish. I just let you finish. Let me finish my point.
Sorry.
So then, when we move on, you say, okay, it's actually certain red pill, or what I consider red pill creators,
so
I have an issue with. But you straw man the shit out of their positions too, like you did with Pearls.
There you go.
You literally straw man the shit out of her positions. You take the tweets out of context, or if there's any clarification, you don't show that. I have not actually seen you be good faith in any of these criticisms towards
what. And again, so Lauren has failed to answer two very important questions, which was the reason for this debate. Number one, what is the Protestant church's, what is the church's solution to what's going on in the dating market? That's number one. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. Sorry, y'all. Sorry about that. Here, I'll just let it play.
Pearl Davis, nor any of these other red pill content creators that I've seen you cover.
I mean, Myron is someone who is on sugar daddy sites, right? Or sugar baby sites.
Here we go again.
Is he like the problem is that he does seem to excuse that behavior.
Yeah, I'm not defending Myron Gaines and his degeneracy at all.
No.
But you're pointing out a specific person. You're not pointing out what is a.
Once again, he's trying to say Myron Gaines is see, she keeps going back to this. Myron's a homemaker, blah, 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 blah. Myron's a homemaker, blah, 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 blah. Myron Gaines is a top 1%er. Like I said before, Miss Chen, most women are sexually active. Most men are not. This is a woman problem. Most men in the red pill sphere, even most content creators. But that's what she wants to harp on. Oh, sorry about that. Where did it go? Okay.
Red pill descriptor. You're pointing out somebody.
Oh, anyway, the two questions that Lauren Chen has failed to answer is what is the church's alternative solution to the degeneracy, and number two, what exactly is it you have problem? What exactly is your problem with the red pill community? There we go.
You have a problem with their degeneracy. Great. But it seems like you have less of a problem with the degeneracy of Destiny than you do with Myron Gaines.
Oh my God, fucking A. I literally said that an hour and a fucking half ago. Unbelievable.
Myron Gaines than you are towards Destiny.
Right.
Myron ain't letting dudes fuck him.
And look at her smile because she knows he's fucking right.
His chick.
But I'm not. But I think there's a problem with the progressive movement as well. And I think one of the reasons why it's
which goes back again, Lauren. What is the alternative? The red pill is bad. So what's the alternative, Lauren? Red Pill Gospel says you're not giving yourself enough credit, Don. Nobody in this space can break down interactions between men and women better than you. Now that I agree with. No one, and I mean no one, does this better than me. This is why I'm here. I am the best at this. I'm not a very good debater, right? And I'm not a very, sometimes I can be an irritant as a guest. But nobody, and I mean nobody, can do what I do right here. Appreciate that. Oops, sorry about that.
It's a problem is because, I mean, we do have people like Destiny who are promoting this lifestyle, polyamory.
Oh my God,
and I've made
ridiculous.
videos about that. Like, I don't excuse one or think that one is okay. And you say, so you don't have a criticism of the red pill. Well, what my criticism would be, regardless of whether they view it as foundational to their belief system or not, it is a community. It is a creator sphere that does that. Participates.
No, there's no community. Listen,
oh my
there
God,
is no
dude, are you serious?
Vast agreement amongst what you would consider the red pill community, because you conflate it with pickup artists, you conflate it with all this. The red pill is simply a data packet put on your table. It's nothing more than that. It's just a data packet filled to the brim with descriptive data, and then what you do with it is up to you. Has nothing to do at all with an individual creator. It never has, but even then, the criticism towards Myron Gaines' degeneracy, right, which is a fair criticism, I've made it myself, has nothing to do with the fact that he's at least attempting to offer up non-contradictory solutions to younger men, and I haven't heard you offer up any.
But that you can't say it. I haven't offered up any when I am on record. I've done.
No, you haven't. Okay, when I am on record, what did you say on record that specifically stated your problem with the red pill community?
Independent of this conversation, a video saying that one of the
Luxac Dan says, Donovan, you're one of the OGs, can't downplay yourself. The issue is that you have a hot temper, which hurts for debates, but other than that, you're solid. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
The problems that I see with the modern church is the fact that women are leading too much, that young men especially are being marginalized by the church. God. This is a problem that's affecting politics, and it's a problem that is affecting church life. That is something that I believe, that's something that I talk about. And I just want to say, when it comes to the red pill, you seem very, very adamant that this is specifically what red pill philosophy is about, and it's a conflation to try to obfuscate. Oh, but now we're talking about creators. You seem to do the
the opposite is true. The opposite.
The evil wabbit. The evil wabbit podcast says, that's my beef with Andrew. Why are our solutions degenerate? Well, the reason why our solutions are degenerate is because our solutions are not, our solutions are secular. Our solutions are secular. Even if you weren't, even if there were no religion, like fucking a bunch of, guys, that's just not, I mean, I don't know, man. Like fucking a bunch of chicks anytime you can, that's debauchery. That's debauchery. That's degeneracy. But hey, I enjoyed my degeneracy.
It is true. I have been clear from the very second we started the conversation. These are descriptors inside of a data packet. That's it. You, in fact, are the one who point at individual creators and then say that they are the representation of what the red pill is. That's conflation on your part.
Thank you.
I've been consistent.
No, hang on. I'm not done. So that's your position on red pill. But when it comes to, I guess, right-wing conservatism, Christianity, you're then very...
Yeah, Lauren, yeah. It's funny. The girls that bring up Myron a lot often want to fuck her. Oh, fuck him.
Quick to say this is what Ben Shapiro specifically is doing. This is what Michael Knowles specifically is doing. This is what Matt Walsh is doing. Because I don't think any of those men have a viewpoint that's counter to yours when it comes to the need for Christian patriarchal marriage. And I think if you were to ask them at the core of their worldview, they'd say, yes, this is what it should be about. You have a problem with the fact that, they're talking as individuals too much about secularism, yada, yada, yada. Well, is that foundational?
Yeah, EDM Smash, I understand what you're saying about having sex workers on for RP Truth. But I think, and I agree with you, EDM, to a degree, but we have to understand that it is a mutually beneficial relationship. They're using each other. Michael Sartain is using them for views and eye candy. These girls are using Sartain for OnlyFans and other opportunities. Like I said, guys, beauty costs. Beauty costs, gentlemen. Beauty costs. You can't beauty doesn't come for free. Beauty doesn't come for free. Beautiful women are not going to they're not going to spend time with you unless they can benefit in some way. It's the same as what we do. I'm not going to spend time with a woman if I can't benefit in some way. It's the same reason why we talk about guys who get friend zoned. You're spending time with her, but you're not getting the pussy. And you want the pussy, but she's not giving it to you. That's kind of the same thing.
To what it means to be a trad con, or is it just
yes, much of this is foundational, which stems from their misunderstanding of Catholic doctrine, which is a natural law argument, which is insane, that they would promote secular marriage inside of modernity. Of course they can't get the red pillars on their side. Why would red pillars follow people who say, well, wait, why would you advocate for non-sacramental marriage, which is literally making sure that men are facing down the barrel of the divorce gun? Why in the world would they ever follow people who said that and then refused to actually defend their worldviews against the very people they criticize? So yes, I will criticize other creators, that's for sure, but I'll at least take them on. I'll take the criticisms right to them.
Yes, thank you. A lot of people talk shit about a lot of creators. They talk shit about a lot of creators, but when it comes to debating them, they like to run and hide. Like Jason Black. I'm gonna tell you what, man. I'm just gonna go ahead and, because I know I'm gonna do this for engagement here. I'm just gonna keep it real. Also because that fat nigga Jason Black ain't shit. He's an ain't shit nigga. This is how degenerate the black community is. And this is why I know there is no such thing as the black manosphere. Jason Black is a loser who lives with his mother who does not show his face. Of course niggas worship this guy. Of course they do. Of course niggas worship. Think about this. This is how degenerate the black community is. This is how fucked up the black community is. They exalt men like Jason Black and O'Shea Duke Jackson, but then want to talk shit about a guy like Myron Gaines. Well, there you go. That's why you know the black community has its priorities out of whack. Because they exalt men like Jason Black, who is literally a fucking bum. He is a lying fucking bum. Jason Black is broke, he's stupid, and he's fucking afraid. By the way, I wanted to debate Jason Black. So do you know what he did? He said, all right, $5,000 to debate me. I said, okay, I'll pay the $5,000. I said, Jason Black, I will pay you $5,000 to debate me. I will pay you $5,000. Then I upped the ante. Oh, yes. And then I upped the ante. I told Jason I would pay him $5,000, fly him out, and put him up on my dime. I was going to buy him a round trip ticket, first class, all expenses paid, food, Uber, and still give you $5,000. I told everyone this, and that offer still stands. That offer still fucking stands. I haven't heard dick from him. I haven't heard anything from him. And the reason I haven't heard anything from him is because Jason Black is a bum. And the fact that a bum can have influence over... If you are a Jason Black fan, you are a fucking loser. A fucking loser. Name me one way Jason Black has benefited your life. Jason, you ain't shit, nigga. You ain't shit. So my offer still stands. You fucking fat loser who lives with your mom. My offer still stands. I will pay you $5,000. I will put you up in a hotel. I will fly you out first class. I will pay your Ubers. I'll give you a fucking per diem to fly out here to get absolutely trashed by me in a debate. He ain't gonna do it. And the reason why he's not going to do it is because he's a fucking bum. He is not who he says he is. He is not a man of means. He is not rich. He's a broke ass nigga who lives with his mom. And we got all these dick writers who exalt this guy as if he's God. Listen, if you're a fan of Jason Black, I can't help you. I can't. Sorry. If you can't clearly see that this bum-ass nigga's a fraud who's just lying to you guys, hey, not my problem. Not my problem. Shit. Oh, Jason Black would not box me. Dude, no. Don't even, dude. Nah, man, don't. No. See, because I'm going to start having fantasies now. I'm going to start having fantasies now, right? Jason Black Jason Black is afraid. He will never debate me. He will never box me. Because if I ever boxed Jason Black, I would fucking destroy him. Oh my God. Ay. Whoosh. All right, let's continue.
Yeah, and you're allowed to do that. That's not what I was trying to get at. What I was trying to get at is the distinction between, I guess, like their Christian worldview, which is, I would say, their underpinning, versus they as creators, what they're advocating for in the community that they foster. Like, that's a distinction you seem more willing to make on behalf of the red pill.
Look, check this out. This is good. This is actually a very good comment. St. Jim says, don't do that. Don't do that for him. Let him stay where he is. He needs the money. I know that. Patrick Bateman says, don't. He says, don't. He's earning more with you than you with him. It's not an equal exchange. Exactly. I am willing to take an L financially to fucking cook this guy. I know he needs the money. I know he's broke. And he knows he's broke. So why on God's green earth would you turn down $5,000, an all expense paid round trip ticket, first class? I'll put you up in a 5-star hotel, fam. Why would you turn that down? Because you don't want people to see who and what you really are. That's why. But his dumbass fan base, I just don't understand how they're like, well, he would cook you. Okay. Well, then tell him to prove it. Every time I challenge this dude, there's always another excuse. Jason Black, let's have a debate. I charge $5,000. Okay, I'll pay you $5,000 for the debate. Didn't hear anything from him after that. Then his fans are coming in here talking shit. Jason Black was talking shit. Okay, that means he got word of my first challenge. So I upped the ante. After that, it was fucking crickets. Yeah, Jason, if I were you, I wouldn't. Dude, honestly, Jason might be smarter than I'm giving him credit for, because if I were you, Jason, I wouldn't take me up on that offer either.
Be a straw man. So the distinction is I am correct about the grounding foundation of their Catholic belief. You are incorrect about the foundation of what is a red pill belief. The red pill is not a creator, and it's never had anything to do with specific creators who might use the data of the descriptive truths that it advocates for, on their own behalf. That's the distinction. I'm correct about the grounding on both ends. You're incorrect about the grounding of the red pill and what it even is.
By the way, guys, if you want to never, ever miss another live, let me ask you guys a question. Just ask yourself this question. Everyone here in the chat, everyone watching, did you get a push notification that I was live? Did you get a push notification? Oh, I got you, Phoenix Light Games. I'll take care of that in a second. So did you get a notification that I was live? Did you know that I was live based on push note? If the answer was no, and it probably is, sign up for Club TSR. Club TSR is our SMS text notifications to let you know every time I go live. Not only that, you can actually customize your notifications. If you want all live stream notifications, take option 1. If you only want the dating show breakdowns, take option 2. If you want dating breakdown notifications and CME updates, options 2 and 3. You can pick as many or as few as you like based on what you choose. Guys, this is less than 10 cents a day. $2.99 a month is all it takes to never miss another live stream again. Now, if you're already a $5 Sharp Stream member, you don't have to pay $2.99 a month. You can actually upgrade to Sharp Stream Plus, which gives you access to the vault, the content archive, 100,000 hours of searchable, categorized, easy to find content, easy to binge watch. You get access to Discord, and it's a very value-packed way to support. And you get access to Club TSR for just an additional $1.50 per month, guys. $1.50 per month. If you're already a SharpStream member, upgrading to SharpStream Plus to make sure you don't miss another live stream, it's only going to cost you $1.50 more per month. Go to donovansharpe.com/SMS to sign up today. Let's continue. Oh, wait a minute. Phoenix Like Games with the $10 super chat says, women don't like it when men have a decided advantage in the sexual marketplace. I think Lauren is pissed at Myron because he's able to do what he wants. Angie is loyal. Melina is feral. Hell yes.
At least from my purview, and the kind of contradictions that you find yourself in because of your lack of understanding of it is, from my opinion, counterintuitive to what it is that we're trying to accomplish, Lauren.
Yeah, and the thing about Rumble notifications work, but they're often very late. They're often very late. Like sometimes you don't get, and see a lot of people, I notice that a lot of you guys come in here and say, oh, I came from Rumble. I hope I'm not too late. Well, I'm 45 minutes to an hour in. So look, if you're good with the Rumble notifications getting notified a little late, that's fine. That's fine. I get it. But just understand that if you want to be there for all of it, if you don't want to miss any of the action, guys, $2.99 a month, man. Let's go.
Well, I don't think it's either or. I can have criticisms of the red pill of red pill creators like Myron and Pearl, and I've tried to, when I'm referring to like people, be specific so I'm not painting everyone in the community with the same brush.
Well,
just like you should be able to criticize people specifically like Michael Knowles or Matt Walsh with understanding that I think ultimately Catholicism is the underpinning for both Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh.
You're right. So I'm correct about the grounding
there you go.
While I'm going after the creator. You're incorrect about the grounding while you go after the creator. And that's the distinction.
Oh, my God.
You don't actually understand what it is that they're advocating for. Pearl Davis is not advocating for degeneracy or for men to cheat.
In certain instances, been specific about the creators that I'm criticizing.
Yeah, but you straw man the shit out of them. Pearl Davis does not advocate that men cheat. She does not advocate for promiscuity in men. In fact, in one of your videos on Pearl, you said that she was hypocritical.
She's on record saying that for men, a handshake sex is like a handshake. It means nothing.
And she's right. But that doesn't mean she endorses degeneracy. All she did was describe what sex is like for men, Lauren. Just because she described accurately what sex is like for men does not mean she is endorsing male promiscuity.
Yeah, so again, she's drawing a parallel of a descriptive claim, not giving an ought claim. She didn't say men ought to treat sex this way.
Right.
She didn't say that men ought to be promiscuous. She didn't say that men ought to do these things.
She said
that for men, sex is far less of a big deal generally than it is for women. Do you even dispute that that's true?
It's not like a handshake. That is absolutely.
Do you even dispute if that's true?
My question, do you even dispute that it's not true?
Let's go.
That for men, sex is generally less of a big deal than it is for women. Do you dispute that?
No, he wants to know what you think.
My question. Answer my question.
Answer the question. She can't.
I will answer your question. No, I don't think that's inaccurate. And I will also sign.
I don't think that's inaccurate. Do you see? Do you see? Do you see? He said, will you cede the fact that sex for men is not as big a deal as it is for women? And instead of just saying, yes, no, I will say that I do not, that is not incorrect. Lauren, come on. Come on. Now she's arguing in bad faith. Aaron Ramad says, Lauren is proving best why women are best seen, not heard. Ay, 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 ay. EDM Smash says, glitch effect, please.
Simultaneously say, that is not what Pearl said, and Pearl is wrong in what she said.
What did she say?
What did she say that was wrong?
She said that for men, sex is like a handshake.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is not accurate.
Okay.
Oh, that is not accurate. And how would you know, Lauren? How would you know, Lauren? How many women have you had sex with as a biological man? Yeah, exactly 0. This is, dude, guys, this is projection to the max. She is so adamant that sex is as big a deal for men as it is for women that she refuses to see that she is literally projecting. No, sex is a bigger deal for you, Lauren. And so because sex is a big deal for Lauren, she must think that the same applies to men. This is incredible.
Hey, but what she's saying, so this is a big problem, right? It's the most bad faith interpretation you could possibly give to it.
What did I fucking tell you? This is now she's arguing in bad faith.
She's being tongue-in-cheek, and what she's stating here is that for men, it's far less of a big deal to have sex than it is for women.
But I don't think
generally.
it's a bad faith interpretation if time and time again she is coming out with the same thing, excusing or minimalizing male infidelity.
Excusing or minimalizing? Whoa, 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 whoa. You can't have it both ways. You can't excuse it and minimalize it.
She's not minimizing it. She's giving a descriptor for what is true in the world. What is true in the world, as we've already covered.
It is not true that sex is like a handshake for men.
No, for a lot of men.
It is true.
It is true. That's one. And secondly, you have already agreed that for men, it's far less of a big deal than it is for women. That's clearly what she's tweeting out there.
And now she's trying to backtrack.
There's no doubt that that's what she means, but you're taking a bad faith interpretation of it because you want to attack her.
Thank you! That's it! Thank you! She's just stating facts. And Lauren is pretending to have a problem with it because she is jealous of her success. That's the deal. Dude, most people who are critical of Pearl are just jealous of her success. And that includes Rollo Tomasi. Rollo Tomasi's been a good friend of mine for years. But even I can see that he is clearly jealous of her success. Rollo Tomasi was pro Pearl when she had 20,000 subscribers. Anytime Pearl asked Rollo for advice or anything like that, no problem. But as soon as she whizzed past him in subscribers, and now, oh, by the way, she's at 2 million. Now all of a sudden, we're sending out tweets making fun of Pearl. Nope, sorry, not valid at all. I don't care what anybody says. Including the great Rollo Tomasi. He is jealous of her success. That's why he attacks her. There is absolutely no good reason for that. Those over in Nigatube who hate Pearl, they are jealous that Pearl does YouTube better than Nigatube. Man, and here Lauren Chen is with a weak-ass argument. She's clearly telling the truth. She is being so disingenuous that she is taking tongue-in-cheek tweets and taking them as literal fact. She's responding to the literal tweet that was clearly done in tongue-in-cheek. Will you take something that's said in jest and attacking it as if they said that for real? Dude, that is a bad faith argument. That is absolutely a bad faith argument. Lauren Chen is jealous of Pearl Davis because Pearl Davis does YouTube better than Lauren Chen, and that's the bottom fucking line. This is the weakest argument I've ever fucking heard, man.
No, but like
crazy town.
Do you think that I woke up one day and I used to be a huge fan of Pearl's? I still.
Bitch, stop the cap. You want to know something? She did used to be a huge fan of Pearl. You want to know why she's not a huge fan of Pearl? She was a huge fan of Pearl when Pearl didn't have any subscribers. When she had more subscribers than Pearl, yeah, she was a fan then, right? She was a fan then. As soon as she zoomed past her in subscribers, all of a sudden now Lauren Chen has a problem with Pearl Davis. What's the common denominator here? Huh? What's the common denominator? Rollo was cool with Pearl until she shot past him. Now all of a sudden he has a problem with her. Lauren just admitted, hey, I used to support Pearl Davis. Yeah, until I figured out that she was fucking better than me. Gentlemen, this is so laughably transparent. It is so laughably transparent. Why there's so much disdain for certain content creators. I will never understand. I will never understand why someone would help someone and then attack them later. Yeah, it's because they're better than you. They do it better than you. Luxac Dan says Pearl has snaked Rollo before, so I wouldn't absolve Pearl entirely. Rollo is a bit jealous, but his disdain for Pearl isn't entirely unjustified. No. That was disingenuous, Luxac Dan. That was disingenuous. Pearl did not snake Rollo. She did not snake Rollo. Nope, she absolutely didn't. Because when she you know what? When Pearl snaked Rollo, guess how many subscribers she had? More than him. That's the problem. Here's another problem that Rollo has a problem with Pearl. Here's another problem. And I'm going to keep it fucking real. I'm gonna keep it all the way fucking real. Y'all better buckle up for this shit. You wanna know why Rollo started not liking Pearl? You guys ever heard of Tori? You guys ever heard of Torsha? You guys ever heard of her? The blonde-haired bimbo who's 80% tits, looks like a fucking golem in real life? Yeah, that's the first reason. That's the first reason. Pearl called Tori out for who she is, a red pill fucking groupie, and Rollo didn't fucking like it. Rollo didn't fucking like it. Hey, look, I'm just keeping it 100. I said it. Everybody knows it, but nobody wants to say it. Everybody knows it, but no one wants to fucking say it. That's where it started. It started with him. It started with Pearl calling out Tori for who and what the fuck she is. Then she committed the egregious crime of passing him subscribers. And what you just said, Luxac Dan, love you to death, but this is very careful language. Rollo is a bit jealous, but his disdain for Pearl isn't entirely unjustified? Nah, fam, you are fucking wrong. Rollo is not a bit jealous. He's all the way jealous. Have you seen the tweets that he has put about her? Have you ever seen the kinds of shit that he puts out about Pearl? He calls her a retard and all this other kind of craziness. A bit jealous? Look, I understand you love the guy, and I do too, but let's call a spade a fucking spade. Let's call a spade a fucking spade. If you consider yourself a friend, you gotta call this shit out. You gotta call this shit out. Rollo, you're wrong for not liking Pearl. I love you, but you're fucking wrong. I've had conversations like this with, not about Rollo and Pearl, but I've had conversations like this with all of my close friends. It gets hotly debated and it's contentious because we love each other. Rollo, I love you to fucking death, but you are making yourself look bad by going after Pearl. You are making yourself look bad for going after Pearl because you are jealous. You want to know something? The same thing happened to me. The same thing happened to me, Rollo, and it's interesting because I don't think Rollo has ever fully recovered from what Anthony Johnson did to him way back in the day. Rightfully so. Rightfully so. But Anthony Johnson then came after me. Why? Because he saw a potential threat. This dude literally firebombed his entire business trying to sabotage what I'm doing. And what did that get him? He had to cancel the last 21 convention. Oh, that's right. The 21 convention is done. And in 2 days' time, I will be the motherfucker with a documentary on Hulu. That's why he was pissed. And now he has no fucking business because of it. Rollo, you were headed down that same path. You continue, dude, if you continue to shit on Pearl, you will end up like Anthony Johnson. Jealousy does not suit you. You're the fucking godfather, man. What the fuck are you doing? This girl, and I don't even know why. Pearl still looks up to this guy. After all of the mean things that he has said about her, she still admires him. And he continues to shit on her for no good reason. You keep this shit up, Rollo, and you will end up like Anthony. This dude destroyed his business because he was jealous of another creator, and it cost him everything. You're the godfather, man. You are better than this.
I don't hate Pearl. I think she's funny. I think she does a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, Jerry Arn says, Rollo. Rollo is simping for fucking Tori. The reason he took her under his wing is because she looks good. Period. And I almost fell for the same thing. 2 episodes in, I was out. No, who did I put my time and my money and my investment in? I put it into Pearl Davis. Not the most attractive woman in the world, but guess what? Who's better, Tori or Pearl? I'll wait. Jealousy doesn't suit you. Stop it. If you waste your time hating on other creators, you will destroy your business. I've seen it happen before. Ridiculousness. Fuck out of here with that just a bit jealous. Come on, man.
Stuff, I defended her when it came to her interview with Nick Fuentes. I think she was very unfairly marginalized.
Did she just say the Voldemort word? Did she just say who must not be named?
I think a lot of people who attack her do so in bad faith. But my problem with Pearl is that she says that she doesn't talk about she doesn't talk about what should be. She talks about what is.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
Simultaneously, that's not a problem. But simultaneously, she'll I guess, minimize, like, oh, it is.
Brad Lee says it's human nature, Donovan. People want to be the best. If you want to be the best, compete. Compete. If Anthony would have teamed up with me, we could have had it all. We could have ruled the world. We could have ruled the fucking world. The 21 convention and the CME, it could have been a collaborative effort. We could have changed. We could have fucking taken over the internet. We could have taken over. Nope. Petty disagreement. Rollo right now, could have 10 times the subs he does if he collaborated with Pearl. She's got 2 million subscribers. 2 million. But because he's dogged her, she's never gonna put that dude on. Oh, hell no. So Anthony pissed away an opportunity to collaborate with me to help the both of us. Rollo's doing the same thing. He's doing the same fucking thing, man. If I'm Rollo, I'm on the phone with Pearl and I'm like, hey, look, I know I was petty. My bad. I was jealous. It is what it is. And Rollo's a smart guy. He's a very smart guy. He will come up with a talking point. He will come up with a rant that will be very, very tempting to nod your head and agree with in terms of why he's explaining why he doesn't like Pearl. Don't give a shit. That's all cap. It is straight jealousy. Period. Point blank. To endorse a fucking used up slut like Tori, but trash Pearl is absolutely ridiculous. You look stupid. And like I said, you're the Godfather, man. You're better than that. You are better than that.
It is not a problem that men cheat. Well, actually, yeah. I mean, overall, unless you're talking about the 0.1% of men who have trophy wives who will look the other way, it actually is a problem for women when.
Oh, Ray Hanma says, why were you going after Danica back then? The reason I went after Danica is because Danica's not out for helping men. Danica Marie is Danica Marie is the female Derek Jackson. She is the female Derek Jackson. She's not pro man at all. She is pro Danica. That's why she dresses like a whore in all her fucking videos. That's why I went after Danica. Because once again, niggas lining up to simp for some woman who literally just says what men want to hear. You need to look. If she not giving you that energy, then she got to go. And niggas in the chat, $10 super chat. Yo, speak facts. What? And the bitch is fucking married. The bitch is married. And she had a video on Instagram with her walking through some house doing all these poses like she was advertising herself. That's why I went after Danica fucking Marie.
They cheat, and saying to your audience who is not made up even predominantly of these like high value men who will have like sugar babies or whatever, it's not a problem if they
that
cheat.
is not her again. This is a straw man for her position.
There you go.
She doesn't say that there's no problem if men cheat. What her exact position, even in your video where you criticized her, where you took it out of context, her exact position was this: if you are a woman and you want what is one of the quote-unquote called a high-value man, your expectation that man will cheat is significantly and exponentially goes up. And that you should not be a fool and should have the reasonable expectation that is a truism in the world. Meaning that if you marry kind of your average Joe, your chances that he's going to be monogamous with you are much higher than if you marry a superstar athlete millionaire who's touring the world. Don't you agree that that's true?
I disagree, and I said this in my video of Pearl's reinforcement of the idea that money.
Yeah, but see, Rollo's not stupid. And you know what Rollo's actually done? Rollo cuts off anybody who has anything to do with Pearl. He cut off God, what's his name? He cut off Glenn Lawrence. Just cut him off because he found out that he talked to Pearl or something in Vegas or something. Cut him off completely. Removed him from Certain and all that. The Savo brothers that he helped finance Savaho with. He found out that they had a FaceTime call with Pearl at my event, and he cut him off completely. Come on, man. Like, dude, seriously? Seriously? You're going to die on that, man. All right. Okay. All right.
equals high value, because if she's
right. He's cutting everybody off who had anything to do with Pearl. He ain't cutting off Myron though, is he? If Rollo really was about it, if he really thought that it was valid, here's the thing, y'all. Here's the thing. There are people, not in my inner circle, but there are people that I am still cool with, and some people I'm even friends with, who are still cool with Anthony Johnson. And if I don't cut them off for working with and being friends with and talking with Anthony, based on what I've done, based on what he's done to me, then what does Rollo look like cutting people off for having anything to do with Pearl? Seriously. I'm still cool with people that work with Anthony because I recognize that they have nothing to do with that. They don't endorse his behavior. They're like, hey, look, there's one dude. I actually had a conversation with him about, actually it wasn't too recently. It was maybe 2 months ago. And we're just talking about life. And the guy was like, hey man, like, you know, I just want to let you know I'm still cool with Anthony. I'm like, dude. I know you had nothing to do with it. I know you had nothing to do with any of that stuff. Your relationship with Anthony has nothing to do with me. We're still good. No, dude, fucking cutting somebody off because they work with somebody else, to a degree, fucking childish, man. Especially the way he's doing it. You endorse Tory, but you're dogging Pearl. Come on. Seriously. And listen, I say this all the time. We as red pill aware people, we're certainly not perfect. Clearly. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has blind spots. Everybody fucks up. Just because you're red pill aware and live the red pill life doesn't mean you're 100% ironclad red pill and that you're never gonna. No, even I fail the occasional shit test, guys. Even I do, right? Fresh Prince CEO knocked up a fucking escort. Hey, okay, right? All right. Hey, we all have blind spots. We all make, dude. Even Myron with the Miss Cheeks thing. We all fuck up. We all make mistakes. We're not perfect. I get it. We all have blind spots. This just happens to be Rollo's. This is a blind spot Rollo has. His unfounded criticism and hate for Pearl is just, the only way I can explain it is that it's got to be a weakness of his. It's got to be a blind spot. Has to be.
That's simply not true.
Yeah, but now you're talking past the point.
There you
go. While I agree with you, a rejection of materialism is a much higher virtue. The descriptor is still true. So women will sleep with men who have a lot of money for free.
Woo!
They do it for free.
Oh, wow.
So clearly they must see some type of high value there. And when we look at hypergamy, those are the types of men that most of these women are going for. I see it time and time again, hundreds and hundreds of them who explain, oh, yeah, I went on private airplanes with this guy. Oh, it was great. We had sex all the time, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, they're going after those types of men.
Right.
If you're in a position where you're married to a rock star, you're literally, and that's what is considered a high-value man.
Right.
Your expectation as a woman that this guy might step out on you in a marriage exponentially go up. That is descriptively true.
But again, you are making arguments.
Ragnar Lothbrok says he already is, and I am in the Fresh Fit community, and we don't fuck with him. Oh, I didn't know that. No, I'll verify that. I'll verify that with them. That doesn't, dude. If Rollo, come on, man. Ragnar, I hope that, dude, honestly, dude, I hope that's, dude. Oh my God. I really do hope that's not true, man. Oh, shit. Did he really? Man. Dude, I hope, man. Honestly, man, I hope that's not true. I really hope that's not true, man. Because that would be fucking... Okay, Playmakers is not true. Okay, I didn't think so. I don't know, man. Yeah, the Evil Wabbit podcast said Rollo could be the quarterback... Could quarterback the operation with Pearl and crush it. Like, dude, he would... Oh, my God. I don't know. That's a little... I don't know. All right, well, we'll see.
Arguments that kind of swerve around what Pearl is saying. And I know chat, like everyone's saying, you should talk to Pearl. I'm going to, so I don't want to get too bogged down on Pearl specifically. I'm speaking to her directly, which is, obviously the course of action here is a specific creator. You are making arguments that Pearl maybe wants to make, but that she, in effect, does not make.
Well, you might not like the delivery system.
There you go.
Most women tend to be tone policers inside of this. But the delivery system itself, what she is saying, for the most part, is descriptively true. Does Pearl Davis say stupid shit sometimes?
Absolutely.
She's like my dumbass little sister, where I'm like, hey, dumbass, stop saying that kind of shit. Sure, it happens from time to time. But for the most part, but your criticism here was incorrect. Your criticism here, she's right about this. She's saying to you that if you are a woman who marries a fucking rock star or a high value actor, the chances that he's going to cheat on you become exponentially higher.
Exactly. That's all she said. She didn't say it was okay. She didn't say she endorsed it. She merely stated a fact. St. Jim with the $2 super chat says, jealousy never won anything or convinced anybody. Actually, it does. You know what jealousy wins you? It wins you the following of niggas, and it convinces niggas.
That's what she's saying.
Yeah, but that's not what... There's a difference, I think, between what you think she is saying versus...
Okay, Sean Moore says, Rolo said he would not collaborate with anyone who deals with Pearl, but he still collabs with Fresh and Fit. See, that's... Well, either way, it's a bad look. Either way, it's a bad look, man. It's just a bad fucking look, man. It's a bad look. And that was the point I was going to make. He's cut off everybody that had anything to do with Pearl, except for his biggest ally, Fresh and Fit. See, Rolo's a lot of things. Stupid ain't one of them. He might be petty, but he ain't dumb. He ain't dumb. He is not fucking dumb. He would be like, yeah, Rolo's not, yeah. Rolo, he might be petty, but he's not stupid enough. He is not stupid enough to end his relationship with the Fresh and Fit podcast because of Pearl. That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. I hope he doesn't do that.
Versus what she actually said. Well,
then prove it by showing me what she actually says in context.
Thank you.
Because I can guarantee you that when we put it in context, what I'm saying is true and what you're saying is patently false because you want to attack her.
Oh, she's
because
glitching. There it is. She's glitching out.
Guys always want to attack these people and strawman the shit out of their position.
Thank you.
No, she puts out tweets saying that evil comes from women, men are good people. Like, these are things that she says.
There is a higher status of virtue for men in society than there is for women.
Right, and that is evolutionary biology because virtue and survival a lot of times are not intrinsic to one another. This is why women are far more nefarious than men, because they have to survive. Now, women do nefarious shit for dumb reasons. Like, there aren't women that are struggling to survive out here in the United States. But it's the same, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Men, we are by nature more virtuous because we can be.
How can you dispute that?
But again, that is not what Pearl says.
That is what is being said. You just don't like how it's being said.
That's all it is. She doesn't like the delivery. That's all this is.
Well, no, I fully reject. This is actually what she means. Like, no, evil comes from women. Men are good people. That is not accurate. That is not accurate from a Christian standpoint.
Yeah, but this is simply...
Okay, Lauren. Let's just say for the sake of argument, that was a stupid tweet. That's not a reason to attack her. Evil comes from women, men are good. Okay, and? So you disagree with something. So you're going to attack her on that? Get the fuck out of here, man.
Pedantry. You're being pedantic about the way in which a thing is being said.
Hi, Andrew, but after all of these 2 hours, I will not let you accuse me of pedantry.
Nope. Guess what? He already fucking did, Lauren. Because you are being pedantic. And it's clearly obvious. It's crazy town.
No, I have not been pedantic. I've been hyper-specific.
I said pedantic. Pedantic.
Pedantic is focusing on...
Let's encourage Pearl to be hyper-specific then.
She is hyper-specific. Lauren. Yeah, that's it. This is it, dude. It is so obvious that Lauren is jealous of Pearl. This is ridiculousness, man.
Pearl often is hyper-specific, and often what I would say is probably what happened in this particular tweet thread that you're talking about is she probably did clarify it, and you probably just don't show that she clarified it.
I don't think she did. Like, she tweets that.
You don't think, or do you know?
Evil comes from women. Men.
This bitch is so fucking pressed. Like, she is so goddamn pressed.
Men are good people.
Men are good people, and there's a lot of evil that does come from women. And inside of society, there's a higher virtue standard for men than there are for women. You may not like that, but I think you agree that it's true.
Yeah, but this is not what Pearl is.
That's it. You just conceded it. Yes, but Pearl. Andrew states a fact. XYZ ABC. Lauren's response is, okay, you're right, but Pearl... This is all hate, man.
Saying.
It is what Pearl is saying.
That's not what Pearl is saying. But again, okay, yeah. I don't want to get too bogged down on...
Yeah, she is blinded. Right now, she is blinded by her jealousy.
Pearl. We have a lot of super chats to get caught up with. Again, I will be speaking with Pearl and Isabella and Rachel May 17th on the culture war. Jacob Mayberry, what are y'all's problems with Mormons? That's a very long video. I'm sorry, Jacob.
Oh boy, here we go.
Free gender. New study reveals most customers on OnlyFans are married men.
Sean Morris says, as someone else said, Rolo's been sneak dissing Myron? Is that true? Oh, God.
Shows what a good job wives you ostracizing their husbands emotionally. So I think two things can be true at once. Women should not ostracize their husbands. Women should...
Dude, Devin just had the fucking comment of the day. We have enough enemies, man. We got enough enemies. Like, dude, come on.
Not use sex as a weapon against their husbands, but simultaneously that men also have agency and action when it comes to sexual morality within marriage. Do you disagree with that?
Can you pull up the super chat again?
Oh, sorry, I just unstarred it. Basically, most OnlyFans subscribers are married men. Therefore, it goes to show the lengths that wives ostracize their husbands during marriage.
I mean, I'm not sure that that's the stance that I would take.
Yeah.
I would say that, again, if you're engaging in secular marriage, and most people are, then that would probably lead to this type of behavior to begin with. There's no sacrament to hold you to account.
Right.
Very simple.
That makes
There's
sense.
no ecclesiastical structure to hold you to account. There's no community to hold you to account. Why wouldn't men stray? And why wouldn't women stray? You're basically promoting degeneracy at every level by promoting secular marriage. It's a really bad idea.
Wow.
And Red Pillars understand that it's a really...
Right, and that's why we're kicking y'all's ass. St. Jim with the $3 super chat says, I stand corrected. I thought about it. You're right. Okay, I appreciate it.
bad idea.
But this is an issue that is not only common amongst secularists. I'm sure that there are professing Christian couples.
Yeah, but you already said self-ID doesn't make you a Christian. And the more pious a Christian is, the far less likely they are to engage in this.
That's right. Dude, there's the pious paradox. I don't even know if that's the right word, but yeah, the more pious a Christian is, the less likely they are to engage in degenerate behavior. I mean, like if if you're going to die on a hill, you may as well be happy, right? Roadblock 85 with the $10 super chat says, this brother threw a whole damn thesaurus at this bitch. And then, give me a second. I missed it. Ah, crap. I'm going to get your Phoenix Light Games. I'm going to find that other super chat, man.
Type of degenerate behavior. You agree that that's true, right?
I agree that that's true. And I want to, from you, ascertain, though, is... like, do you agree that both men and women within the confines of their marriage are capable of sinning against each other?
Well, of course.
And should, I guess, be encouraged to follow?
Of course they are, but women do it at a far higher rate. Come on, man.
Follow the biblical standards of sexual...
Roadblock 85 with the $5 super chat says, this brother threw the whole damn thesaurus at this bitch. I think I might have just read that.
Morality within
Senior moment.
In a marriage.
Yeah, but that's what I just said. You just relayed what I just said back to me. Yes, the answer to this is a sacramental marriage, which has some type of authority, which can be appealed to inside of a church hierarchy in a community. That's what shame is. That's how you keep marriages together. That's why you saw such a lessened divorce rate in the early 1900s. That's exactly why that...
Oh, yeah. Phoenix Light Games said women don't like it. So Phoenix Light Games with a $10 super chat says women don't like it when men have a decided advantage in the sexual marketplace. I think Lauren is just pissed at Meyer because, oh, no, I did read that. Jesus Christ. Sorry about that.
That occurred, Lauren. And so what's happened now, right, when you look at this is that, yes, I'm sure that's...
Ooh, Dre Sim says, Don, the count is 3 times now. She used the need to read super chats to save herself. Oh, boy. Yeah. W. Dre Sims. L. Donovan. I totally read that wrong, so I will take that L. Oops, sorry.
Secular marriage leads to all sorts of things. It leads to more open relationships. It leads to more polyamory. It leads to all of this kind of thing over and over and over and over.
Right. There you go.
Well, again, I'm sorry. I don't want to bring up Pearl too much, but one of the things that
I don't want to bring up Pearl too much. Yeah, because we're on to you, Lauren. That's why.
been frustrated seeing Pearl tweet is that in her worldview, if a man cheats, it is the woman's fault. And I don't want to minimize the fact that a lot of women do use sex as a weapon, use withholding sex as a cudgel against their husband, which is not right. But at the same time, that removes responsibility from the actions of the husband there. That's another problem.
That's just a basic what about the Mendo argument.
Here we go again. Here we fucking go again. Here we go. Here we go. Yep, the what about the Mendo argument. Jesus fucking Christ. As predictable as a fucking metronome.
What's going on here, and I've pointed this out to you many times, this is your basic, it is.
What about the men would be, if we're talking about infidelity, and I say,
you just said, why don't men take their share of the responsibility? It's a what about the Mendo argument.
No, it's Pearl specifically saying men don't have responsibility. That's her
and
position.
So you're saying that
that's not what, oh my God.
They do, right? You're saying that they do?
Yes, I'm saying
then
that's
a what
about the Mendo argument, Lauren. There you go. Thank you. Look. She literally just said, I don't want to bring up Pearl, but it's the man's responsibility. Then Andrew says, oh, so now you're going to use the what about the Mendo argument. This is what's happening, guys. This is what's happening. This is actually a cycle. This is a cycle. Andrew Wilson makes a statement. Lauren Chen disagrees, right? She disagrees. Andrew destroys her rebuttal. Lauren goes to read the chats, comes back out, and says, well, they'll be discussing something. Well, I don't want to bring up Pearl again, but then Andrew will sharp angle her on that. Then she goes right back to the what about the Mendo argument, rinse and repeat. It is literally the same thing. You know, here's what's happening with Lauren. And, oh my God, stay with me here because I'm going to make a sports comparison. Early in Michael Vick's career, the book on him was make him beat you from the pocket. He can't do it. That was the book on him. And Michael Vick, when he came to Philly, he was a much better pocket passer, but he never reached his full potential in terms of being able to read defenses. And the reason why is because he's the most electrifying freaking football player I think I've ever seen in my life. He is the greatest college football player I ever saw. Well, Dan Reeves was the head coach of the Atlanta Falcons, and he was tasked with trying to, train Michael Vick, help to coach him up, so that he can make passes, so that he could learn to read defenses. But what they found, and Michael Vick was great in practice. If the play broke down, he'd move a little bit, hit the open receiver, right? However, that's not what was happening during games. Because during the games when there's live bullets, Michael Vick wasn't thinking about his coaching. What Michael Vick did is he didn't even think. He's doing what he did what he had to do to survive. His first instinct is always to run. When he sees the blitz and his first option isn't open, he runs. That was the book. Anytime Michael Vick made a completion, it was always the first read. Michael Vick was never going to look off the safety and throw the man open. That's just not what he did. No, Michael Vick, okay, here comes the blitz. Oh, first option's not there. I'm going to take off. That was his instinct. That was the cycle, and eventually the league caught up with him. This is the same thing that's happening to Lauren, okay? It's live bullets. The blitz is coming, and instead of sitting back there, instead of being patient and picking apart the defense, maybe read the defense, she goes into those instincts. But Pearl said this, what about Mendo? And Michael Vick, like Lauren, had a pretty good career. He's the first man to ever sign 2 separate $100 million contracts in the NFL. But he never reached his full potential because he could not learn to read defenses. Lauren Chen needs to research. She needs to do research, and she needs to rethink her position. She needs to learn how to read defenses because she's clearly not ready to be a quarterback in the NFL. She's used to really being in these echo chambers. And finally, an articulate man who is challenging her position and forcing her to read and then react, she can't do it. She can't help it. Here comes the blitz. Lauren Chen is going to look at her first read. Oh, not open. I'm going to take off. And that's why she's getting absolutely cooked. It works for a little while. She's got over 500,000 subscribers. But when you start running up on people who know what your weaknesses are, when you start running into teams who has a defensive coordinator that actually can identify your weakness, that's when you start exposing quarterbacks for who and what they really are. Lauren Chen at this point has gotten by with bitch babble and beauty. That's it. Bitch babble and beauty and I'm a wife and I'm a conservative, blah, 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 blah. No, you're a feminist in disguise. Because when that blitz comes, you look at your first read, it's not there. Boom, we go right to feminism. That's how it works.
No, it's Pearl specifically saying men don't have responsibility. That's her
And so you're saying that they do, right? You're saying that they do?
Yes, I'm saying that.
What about the Mendo?
So what about the Mendo argument? So the thing is like, back to the question, can you actually contend with the fact that what she's saying is basically true? That women, because they have such a low virtue standard, are mostly responsible for the destructions of these marriages. Because they are.
That's right.
No, I don't agree with what Pearl said. Again, like you're
yeah, Lauren, we do listen. One thing that's the first. You know what? That's the first thing. That's the first real statement that's come out of her mouth. That's the first real thing that's come out of her mouth. Is no, I disagree with Pearl said. Yeah, no shit, Lauren. No shit. Even Zero with a $5 super chat says feminists come in all types. Lauren is the type that spreads the blame to both genders when you hold women accountable on an issue in a calm voice. Boom! Boom! Lauren is the type of feminist that acknowledges, yeah, women are fucked up, but men do it too. Right? The dating market is fucked up, but yeah, we have men out here making a bunch of hoes. That's what she does. Anytime women use the what about the Mendo argument, you are a feminist. Through and through. She has been exposed as a feminist, just like Michael Vick got exposed as someone who could not read defenses. It's literally the same thing.
I'm going to rephrase what she said into something different. And I'm
not going to allow you to straw man the position.
Yep, there it is.
Because it's on Twitter and there's only a few characters.
Straw man position if I'm talking about what she specifically wrote out.
No, listen, I know Pearl Davis personally very well.
Thank you.
I spent time with her IRL.
Thank you.
I know her positions inside.
What does IRL mean? I don't know what IRL means. Somebody help me out. Switchblade 98 with the $5 super chat, whose icon looks like a cross between the logo of the Buffalo Sabres and the LA Raiders or the Vegas Raiders, says Lauren is acting like Ben Simmons with the way she's arguing, similar to Ben. Everyone is catching up to the way she debates. Nah, that's a bad analogy. Ben Simmons was never good. Ben Simmons was that makes sense. Oh, that's why Tim cast IRL. Oh, okay, all right, there we go. I'm sorry, guys. I don't speak internet. I'm not I speak it. I speak broken internet. So Simmons, and I do too. Trust me, I don't like that dude either. But the Michael Vick comparison was much more apt because Ben Simmons has never been good.
And out. I know all of her positions. I know exactly what it is that she's advocating.
Aaron Ramat said in red letters. You want to know something? Dude? You want to know something? Aaron, if you had been the first to put in red letters, if you had been the first to put that on there, I'd have been like, oh, in red letters. Okay, good. I would have fucking believed you. Well, I know Pearl Davis in red letters, and, her and I are really good friends.
Advocating for, not advocating for, just because you have a tweet which is limited to 100 characters and she's trying to convey this larger message, I can at least put it in context and not allow you to straw man it. I think that she is correct that there's a basic what about the Mendo argument.
Here we go.
If you're actually referring to what she specifically said, it's a straw man if I'm misrepresenting her.
That's exactly what you're doing, Lauren. That's the definition. That's one of the definitions of straw manning. That's one of the definitions of straw manning. You are disingenuously taking a lot of her tweets to mean something literal. And you know she's doing it tongue-in-cheek. Lauren is admitting that Pearl does and says things to get likes and views and all that other kind of stuff, to rile up people. But then she wants to take what she said. Well, Pearl says these things that just gets people riled up on the internet. Yeah, like you. Because you're acting like you believe that she really believes that stuff. Stop it.
That is what you're doing. You're misrepresenting.
Right.
You're misrepresenting the intent of the tweet. Yes, you are.
Yes, you are.
Okay, so we need to have personal friendship with Pearl to be able to.
No, but you should.
No, but you need to be able to put your feelings aside. You need to be able to put your feelings aside and understand that you're fucking jealous of her. That's why you don't like her. That's what needs to happen.
At least get clarification on these things before you go into insane attack mode. You don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
Right. And the reason why she goes into attack mode is because she, like all of the other tradcons, are jealous of Pearl.
Well, I mean, again, this is something that I would love to discuss with Pearl one on.
Oh my God. Truckin' Reviews. Oh my God. Truckin' Reviews says, I speak 57. He says, you speak 56K. Oh my God. He says, you speak 56K BPS. LOL. Yeah, I don't speak, look, I don't speak high speed internet, y'all. I don't speak 5K, I don't speak 4K. I probably, I'm fluent in, I'm fluent in 720p. I'm fluent in 720p. When shit starts getting to the 1080p, that's when things get a little hazy for your boy.
On one,
that's
because
very funny.
Even when people push back online, it seems like more often than not she doubles down. I won't spend more time on Pearl.
Okay,
let's keep going with the chats.
Look,
fidgety guys.
The reason why. Oh, there it is again, Dre. There it is again. There it is again. She uses the super chats as a last word. Do you guys see what she did there? See what she did there? She's getting her ass kicked. That's the fourth time she's done this.
More often than not, she doubles down. I won't spend more time on Pearl.
More often than not, she doubles down. Yeah, the reason she doubles down is because she's right, Lauren. That's why. Ah, yes. Luxac Dan says, Donovan is fluent in womanese. Oh, you're goddamn right. Goddamn right. I might be a little bit of a boomer, right? I might speak in 720p. I might speak in 56K. Hell, sometimes I might even speak dial-up. But I know my womanese, that's for sure.
Okay.
Let's keep going with the chats. Fidgety Guy says, the law of God requires female virginity for a lawful marriage. Andrew married a woman with a... sorry.
Yeah, see, I don't even know how to talk about the internet. The fiber op... Yeah, right. I don't even know how to talk about it.
We're not going to get into personal stuff. Lawful marriage.
What?
Andrew married a woman with a... sorry, we're not going to...
Oh, with a child from another man. See, there it is. Ad hominems. Did you see that? The law of God requires female virginity for a lawful marriage. There you go. And Andrew married a woman with a child from another man. He's an adulterer, not a Christian. See that? See that? I bet you this fidgety guy, I'll bet you his wife isn't a virgin either. I bet you his guy isn't even a virgin either. Yep, sorry.
For a lawful marriage. Andrew married a woman with a... sorry, we're not going to...
Oh yeah, we're not going to dive into that, even though you put that up. So she's trying to make us think that she's not reading these. She is absolutely cherry picking super chats, guys. She's absolutely cherry picking super. Oh, we're not going to get into that, even though I'm going to put it on the screen for 15 seconds so Andrew can read it. Come on, man.
Stuff. RBGH Fam, does Andrew disagree with the separation of church and state?
Well, no, you can bring up the previous super chat. It sounds like he's saying I was far too altruistic as a Christian. It sounds like you're saying that I'm too altruistic as a Christian and that I don't care about a woman's past, that it's not a big deal to me. It sounds like you're saying that I'm too good of a Christian, sir. That's a very nice compliment. But anyway, go ahead.
Hang on, I'm just going to read these a little bit before I... Lauren, make no mistake about it. Andrew would have admit we want you on our side. Please listen to him. This is a necessary push. Accept it. They've taken our society.
Ooh.
Shout out to the...
Hang on, it's not just that we want you.
Please listen to him. Yeah, right. That was facts.
On this side, we need you over here. Desperately, we need all of you over here fighting the good message against this type of degeneracy. It's not a matter of want. We need that. We need that from all of you because it's overwhelming the opposition to these truisms. And it's become fashionable to attack these people without really even understanding what it is that they're saying.
Thank you.
And not even ever contending with it.
That's exactly right, which is exactly what Lauren Chen has fallen into. And she looks really stupid doing it.
So I will say that happy to be proven wrong where you know, I see that
Translation, you have kicked my ass in this debate. And I can't admit it, so I'm going to dance around it. No, Lauren, he has kicked your ass in this debate. Through and through. This wasn't a debate. This was a fucking massacre. Own it. Fucking own it, man. You got your ass kicked. Period. This man has made you rethink. He's made you rethink your positions. Own it and admit it. Because if Lauren can do that and change her message, then we know she's really about it. Because what this is about, guys, what this is about, this is not about being right. This is about getting it right. See, Lauren Chen wants to be right. Pearl Davis wants to get it right. You understand what I'm saying? Destiny wants to be right. Andrew Wilson wants to get it right. There's a big fucking difference. There's a big difference. Lauren Chen she would do wonders for herself by saying, you know what? Not gonna lie. The debate with Andrew Wilson really made me rethink a lot of my positions, and I'm gonna do a little bit more research just to make sure, just to make sure I don't get my ass handed to me again in a debate like this. And maybe, just maybe, admit that this dude taught me something. Kevin's Corner with the $5 super chat says, wait a minute, Lauren out here fighting dogs and not reading defense is good analogy. You stupid. You are stupid. That's pretty good. That's good.
It's a shortcoming in my own argument, and I think over the years...
There it is. See? There it is. She's admitting it. Watch. She's admitting it without admitting it. You were right, Andrew, but she's gonna paint it like this because she doesn't want to lose a following.
You know, I see that there's a shortcoming in my own argument, and I think
arguments
over the years, my positions are not the same as they were 5-6 years ago.
Sure.
I mean,
yeah, of course they weren't. They're not the same as they were yesterday either.
And you should change positions with time. That's great. That's a sign of growth. I'm not saying you should be married to your positions for the rest of your life. The best thing about logic...
But with new information comes a new understanding. Like this whole thing with, dude, with new information, new understanding, Destiny is out here still fighting against the red pill, even though he was red-pilled. Even though he was red-pilled. No, Destiny wants to get it. Destiny wants to be right. He didn't want to get it right. Well, my next relationship will also be poly. You can't help these people.
You can debate is if you see flaws in your position, you can shore them up.
There you
can
go.
Make sure that you don't have those holes in your worldview in the future.
There
That's
you go.
the whole point of it.
There you go.
Right? And I'm very happy that we were able to have this debate. I don't hold any ill will against you. I literally just think that you're wrong.
The reason why I bring that up is because I'm happy to have you on this platform. I would like to think that this is exactly the purpose of this show. Now, with that said, I do still disagree with some of your criticisms of me.
I understand.
But I don't want people to think that I wouldn't want to have you on for fear of being proven wrong about something.
Okay. Now we're starting to show a little bit. Now we're starting to show a little bit of introspection. She said she's an introspective person. This would be a sign in the right direction. Okay. All right.
I think that's not my position.
Well, I mean, that's probably the most good faith answer that I could ever have expected.
There you go.
And again, I don't hold any ill will towards you at all. My job is to push back on behalf of the worldview that I represent against people who I feel are antagonistic towards it, even if they don't realize that they're being, whether they're on my side or they're on the red pill side or the D-Gen side. That is what I do.
The D-Gen
side. I'm always going to.
It seems like
genocide. That is what I do, and I'm always going to.
What this is, gentlemen, what is happening right now, this is an admission of defeat. This is an admission of defeat. Yes, luck sacked in. Some progress being made on her part, maybe. Absolutely. Absolutely. And you want to know something? This debate that Lauren is having with Andrew, stay with me. It's not unlike the appearance that Candace Owens had on Fresh and Fit a few weeks back. If you guys go back and watch that episode of Fresh and Fit where they had Candace Owens on, Candace was getting through to those women. She was getting through to those women. In the beginning, they pushed back on her a little bit. They did, but eventually she won them over. And by the end of the podcast, the story she was telling, even the black women listening intently, and they thanked her for it. They thanked her for it. Man, they absolutely thanked her for it. This is what's happening. This is what's happening. Those girls on and now listen, we know black women are never going to. I mean, it was incredible to see, because you never see black women concede to anybody, not even themselves. But for them to show that, you know what, maybe there is something to this red pill stuff by sitting there and listening to, and it was funny. By the end of the show, the girls weren't asking gotcha questions to Candace. They were making genuine inquiries. Well, okay, if I'm an OnlyFans creator, what are some of the things that I can do to get my life together? How can I change my worldview? If I see a guy I like, these were genuine questions. This is what's happening, gentlemen. This is what's happening. That's what's happening with Lauren. And I gotta give her credit. I gotta give her credit, because admitting this is not easy.
It seems like you have more of an affinity for Pearl's purported worldview than it was for my expression of my worldview, which I think is a double standard. But don't want to Don't
do it. Lauren, come on, Lauren, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't fucking do it.
Well, hers is not contradictory and yours was. And so what happens is that...
See that? Do you see that? Do you see how Andrew put her right back in her place? She tried to take a subtle dig at Pearl one more time, and then she tried to say it was a double standard, but then Andrew said, listen, we're cool right now, and we just established that there's no ill will between us, but sweetheart, facts are facts. Her position was not contradictory, and yours is. He went right. It's almost as though, and I think some people might say, well, Lauren's trying to lull him into a false sense of security. Right? I don't think that that's what she was doing, but I do think that she recognized the fact that, okay, Andrew's being a little civil. Let me concede a little bit and talk about Pearl and mention double standard, and Andrew right back. Dude, right back. Right back. Gentlemen, this is what it is to be a man. This is what masculinity looks like. He has showed Lauren compassion. He has taken her to task. He's held her accountable. He was never nasty. The people in the chat were attacking him. She was being disingenuous. She was arguing in bad faith. Andrew held his ground, took her to task. He was savage when he needed to be, backed it off when it wasn't necessary. And he is staying the same the whole time. He is not allowing Lauren to beguile him with this supposedly false concession. She really is conceding. But for just a second, she said, hold on, let me just make sure. Oh, nope, all right, okay, all right, got it.
That I want you to at least be consistent when you're fighting a good fight against these people, because we need that. We need it in the worst way. But Pearl Davis has been one of the most useful tools that I've ever seen at exposing the amount of what is called trad feminism online. Never seen anything like it.
Hang on, okay, stop.
There it is. Oh boy, he's back in her kitchen now.
Stop right there. What would you say is trad feminism?
Now this is not. Oh, you guys want some body language 101? You guys want some body language 101? Here's some body language 101 for you guys. And stay with me here, because I'm going to bring it around. When you're asking someone a question that you genuinely want the answer to, your eyes more than likely stay open. And the reason they stay open is because you're genuinely interested in the answer. You want to see all of the verbal cues, all of the facial. You want the full answer. Hey, man, look. I've made a lot of money over the years, and I really need to understand how can I create generational wealth? That's the way that's handled. But if you're asking a disingenuous question, you're going to do what Lauren just did. So tell me something. If you're so rich, tell me how to get rich. Did you see what I did? I blinked, gentlemen. I blinked, y'all. I fucking blinked. What you're going to see here is you are going to see Lauren Chen ask Andrew. She's going to ask him a question, not because she's interested in the answer, but because she wants to argue. And I'm going to tell you right now, I can tell because she fucking blinked. Watch.
I've ever seen.
Just watch. And you know what? To prove it, I'm going to play it once. I'm going to play it again with the sound down, and I'm going to slow it down. Watch.
At exposing the amount of what is called trad feminism online.
There it is. Watch her facial expression.
Never seen anything like it.
Hang on. Okay, stop.
There it is. Now, she's in her feelings. Because he's just attacked her position again, right? So now she's back in fight mode. Watch the way she asks this question and watch the post blink. The post blink clearly shows that she doesn't really care about the answer. She's just looking to argue. Watch and learn.
Stop right there. What would you say is trad feminism?
Well,
what would you say is trad feminism? There it is. Now let's watch.
In this particular case, it would be women who pretend that they're operating against the worldview of feminism, why they themselves are first or second wave feminists. And so what they're doing is they're advocating for positions they themselves don't believe. They conflate feminism with wokeism. But when put to the question when it comes to egalitarianism and a rejection of patriarchy, they all move over to the feminist side almost immediately. Nobody has exposed that more than Pearl with the hysterics that you see from women online from just basic tweets that she puts out. It's been phenomenal for the...
see that? Now she's listening. She wanted to argue. She was ready to argue. She was ready to fucking argue. There's just one problem. Andrew is still kicking... He is still kicking her ass. She wanted to argue, but Andrew is so good at articulating his points, she's got nothing. She was ready to joust with it because she's ready to go right back to battle mode. She's in practice. She learns to read defense. She's getting there live bullets. Oh, wait a minute. My first option isn't open. Roddy White's not open. Let me hit Algie Crumpler over the middle. Holy shit, first down. So maybe there is something to dropping back and not going after the first read. Right? Oh, wait a minute. The bullets are live again. We got to run again. Same thing.
The Christian conservative side, and we've barely used it to our advantage. Barely even used it.
Well, I think the problem with Pearl is that there are absolutely people who...
Oh, my fucking God. This bitch cannot stop talking about Pearl. This is insane. I thought we were getting somewhere.
Claim to be conservative. I have not heard a lot of the people who she calls trad actually refer to themselves as trad.
Yeah.
I view trad as kind of something separate that exists apart from people who are in right-wing commentary. It's its own subculture, but I haven't seen Pearl, I guess, articulate specifically. See, the problem is why someone who she goes after, like Bernadine Bluntly, is a feminist, or Ali Stuckey, why she's a feminist. I've seen her responses to Ali Stuckey, but I think she tends to conflate those people with people like the Lauren Southerns or the Sydney Watsons of the movement.
No. Lauren Southern is absolutely a feminist. Lauren Southern is another conservative feminism. Lauren Southern is another Lauren Chen. Freshina says she's obsessed with Pearl. It's unhealthy. Yeah, right.
You mean?
Oh yeah, Steven Wilson. Algie Crumpler or Michael Vick to Algie Crumpler was pure magic. Yeah, Algie was the man.
You mean the covert feminists? of the movement.
Told
like
you.
the covert feminist Lauren Southern, who you referenced, who just put out a video which said that the reason that people like yourself are now moving against the 19th is because immigrants made you do it, and you want their money, and you want their money, right? You just want their money, right? Yeah, that's insane. And so people like Pearl are constantly in the trenches tangling up with these women for their delusions. Why in the world wouldn't you support that?
I do. Insofar as she does that, I support that. Like she's made comments that I leave. I think she's right. I'll even like a tweet if I think it's a good one. But if
I'm not racist. I'm not racist. I know 3 niggers. I'm not racist at all. This is what Lauren is doing again. Look, you can't call me racist. You can't call me racist. 3 of my friends are niggers, so you can't call me a racist because I have 3 nigger friends. That's exactly what Lauren is. That's exactly what Lauren is doing. I don't hate Pearl. I actually left one of her tweets alone. I left one of her tweets alone, so surely that proves that I don't hate her. Stop it.
Stop the cap.
Fuck out of here.
It's a bad one. Then I'm going to speak up about it as well.
My friend Spoons made a great video on that and how it was basically a conspiracy theory. He's a pro-monarchist, great guy. I strongly suggest that everybody go check out that video because he really laid it out in a great way and expressed and explained why this is conspiracy, tinfoil hat wearing stuff to make this bold claim that immigrants are the reason that people like Lauren Chen are moving against the 19th.
Woo! Wow! Holy God! Dude, he continues to cook this woman. Yeah, Sean Morris says, I'm not misogynist. I know 4 women. Exactly. Yes, No Cap Bussin says, I have a friend who happens to be black. George Carlin. That was a funny stand-up. Diecaster says, women low-key hate other women. They absolutely hate each other. And the reason women hate each other is because they know each other. That's why. Yes, the token black friend argument. I don't hate Pearl, and I can prove it. I didn't dislike one of her tweets. Well, good for you. Well, then what are we all here for?
No, I disagree with Lauren there. We will be having that conversation. I also recently read an interview that she did where she basically blamed Trad online talking points for the failure of her marriage. We don't have the full story there, but even insofar as she presented it, I disagree with her framing of that as well. I disagree that the right should be more sensitive to female sensibilities. If we want women to vote for us, I said in my video about women and the right, I think if strong men lead, women will follow. I think that it's actually the opposite of what we need to do to win women over, is to become more mealy-mouthed in our arguments. Tadlia, China has over 1 billion atheists. Is that one of the biggest problems in the world today?
China, as you can see, with the reproduction crisis inside of China, they're slated to lose half of their population by the end of this century. The UN was wildly inaccurate about how many Chinese there was going to be. If you look at the Asian nations, it's particularly bad.
Yeah, both Laurens are feminists in disguise. Aaron Ramat says, I'm not a misandrist. I have a husband.
Inside of Japan and inside of South Korea. South Korea is now under 1. So the reproduction...
Oh, Kevin's Corner. Oh, you guys are going to derail me. Don't do it. Kevin's Corner said Michael Vick and Warwick Dunn were special too. Do you remember the DVD offense? It was Michael Vick, Warwick Dunn, and T.J. Duckett. Yo! Those 3 used to they used to run the motherfucking league. Oh, my God. Stephen Williamson with a $20 super chat. Pardon me. He says, here is some money, sir. Thank you for everything you do. I love the new version on for the podcast. Also, quote, I'm not racist. My dog is black. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I'm not racist. My dog is black. I don't hate white people. I've got a West Highland Terrier.
Crisis inside of South Korea. They're not even reproducing at a 1 rate, meaning for every 2 people, there's not even 1 born.
Oh, that's not good.
This is population extinction status is what you're looking at. That's what's actually going on. And yes, atheism generally leads to nihilism. And because of nihilism, you can't give people incentives to do anything.
Switchblade 98, I think you might be right. He says, no, she won't. Lauren, what happened? Oh, that was a good comment. Dude, why'd you? No, you shouldn't have taken down the comment. Ah. Anyway. Oops.
Outside of materialism. That's why it's a failing doctrine. It can't give you oughts. It can't tell you what you should do. There is no higher duty. There's no higher virtue.
Bush Tater.
I'm going to tell you what. The most exciting football game, one of the most exciting football games I watched was that first Monday night game of the 2013 season when the Chiefs played the Eagles. When the Chiefs played the Eagles, we had Michael Vick, Deshaun Jackson, Shady McCoy, Jeremy Maclin. We scored, dude, it's like we scored 35 points in 6 minutes. Like the game was over halfway through the first quarter. It was unbelievable. It was unbelievable. Too bad it didn't last.
Bus Hater 69 says the medium is the message. You stay you, Lauren. The Biblical Anarchy podcast, centralized power tends toward enforcing high time preferences, high time preference behaviors, not low. JL says, doesn't St. Paul say in an epistle that wives or husbands shouldn't divorce if their significant other is a pagan, if at all possible, but to stay with them, and in so doing, they're...
Dude, that's okay. That's above my pay grade. That's above. I'm not getting all into the paganism. All right, guys, I got to leave it there. I've got a banquet. I've got a banquet to go to. So, and I have now been live streaming for 6 hours and 10 minutes. 6 hours and 10 minutes. I did about an hour over on Rumble. But again, if you guys do not want to miss a minute of these breakdowns, you gotta come to Club TSR, man. Gotta come to Club TSR, man. Come to Club TSR. DonovanSharpe.com/SMS. You will never ever miss another live stream again. It's only $2.99 per month. We give you we give you options to decide which notifications you want. We're not going to spam you because if we do, we'll go broke. Okay? So make sure, guys, I'm telling you, man. And if you're a $5 Sharp Stream member, if you want to get into Club TSR, it's only going to cost you an extra $1.50 a month. It's only going to cost you an extra $1.50 a month. So if you want to be notified, because you guys know YouTube ain't gonna let y'all know when I'm going live. They're not gonna do it. They're not gonna do it. And when Rumble does, like Rumble's on delay, they'll let you know when I'm live 3.5 days after I'm live. So if you want a reliable way to be notified when I go live, DonovanSharpe.com/SMS. Oh, yeah. Stephen Williamson says, wow, I agree with you, Donovan. I think the best game was when the Eagles had the comeback against the Giants. Yes, the miracle at the Meadowlands. Yes. Yeah, man. The miracle at the Meadowlands. Dude, the punter's name was Matt Dodge. Jim, what was it? Was it Tom Coughlin told him, do not kick the ball to number 10 in green. Don't do it. He kicks it right to him. Deshaun bobbles it, and then he runs seemingly 60 miles an hour to the end zone. Unbelievable. All right, guys. Thank you very, very much for your time and support. I will get into the. I'm going to get into the. I will start breaking down the whatever podcast tomorrow. And again, guys, don't forget the Hulu documentary about the documentary, a documentary about the CME is going to drop this Thursday, day after tomorrow. The documentary about the CME is dropping on Hulu. So be sure to stay tuned for that. Oh, shit. Jason Kell. Oh, no. Oh, that sucks. Okay, so I can be a little bit delusional myself. A part of me kind of, sort of was thinking that Jason Kelce retired so that he didn't have to go to training camp and that he was going to come back for one more year. But he signed a multi-year deal to be on Monday Night Countdown. So We love you, 62. We love 62. Take care, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.